Chapter 31. Caught. Because of their limited mental strength, wizard apprentices cannot project it outside their bodies. Even advanced apprentices can only extend it to things they can physically touch. This is why wizard apprentices have such pitiful combat abilities. However, wizards primarily focus on understanding nature and discovering its laws. Combat is merely a secondary aspect. After contemplating these things, Dole relaxed and began tidying up his tools. With everything prepared, it was time for breakfast. Overseer Harley was absent this morning. Dole and the others ate their meal and went to their respective tasks, as assigned the previous day. A team of detectives and city guards stormed into the blacksmith shop. Leading them was Sheriff Dis, the local authority. He glanced at everyone working at the forge, then looked at Dole, who was helping Varric. He pointed at Dole and said expressionlessly, "Arrest him." Everyone in the blacksmith shop immediately stopped what they were doing, unsure of what was happening. Varric immediately blocked the entrance to the forging furnace and shouted, "Sheriff, please wait. Whatever it is, let's wait for Overseer Harley to return." The detectives and city guards ignored Varric's obstruction and surrounded Dole from all directions. At this point, Dole knew exactly what was happening. It had to be the Otto family who had sent these people. They were trying to kill him. He saw the sheriff and Feller, and his heart sank. He shouted, "Sheriff, may I ask what crime I have committed?" Dis coldly snorted and said, "You are suspected of assault and causing permanent disability." "That's enough, don't say any more. Take him away." Dole immediately panicked. If he was arrested, they could say whatever they wanted. This was a bloody truth that countless people had learned. He immediately darted to the side and ran away. However, his escape was futile. He was quickly surrounded by 4 or 5 detectives in a small encirclement. One detective punched him in the head, but Dole dodged, and the punch landed on his shoulder, staggering him. Then, the others swarmed him, grabbing his arms and legs, quickly subduing and handcuffing him. The surrounding blacksmiths immediately gathered around, surrounding the detectives and city guards. They recognized Feller, as this wasn't the first time he had come to cause trouble for Dole. With Harley absent and no one in charge, they could only express their protest in this way. They knew Dis, the local security chief and a formidable detective, so they only dared to surround them, not going too far. Dis coldly snorted and pushed aside 2 first-level blacksmiths who were blocking his path. "What are you doing? Trying to rebel? We are just carrying out our duties. If this kid is innocent, he will naturally be released. What are you afraid of?" The blacksmiths wanted to say something, but they were clearly intimidated by Dis. They still had to make a living here, and offending Dis was obviously unwise. The shop assistant, Fair, also panicked. Seeing the situation, he immediately rushed out to find Overseer Harley. Dole was quickly taken away. The police station was located in the city center, next to the city government building, in a separate office area. The police station was a 5-story building, with the jail in the basement, holding all kinds of criminals. Entering the first floor and then the basement, one would walk through the entrance to individual cells. Walking all the way through the gate, Dole was frightened, his face ashen. His mind raced with various thoughts. Having arrived here, he had basically lost all resistance. He had always heard how dark this place was, and now that he was actually here, Dole found himself terrified and at a loss. The basement was very large, with 3 floors. Along the way, he saw many cells. Seeing a new arrival, the prisoners stood at the door, some whistling and saying things that made one's hair stand on end. Dole was soon taken to a separate room, filled with shredded dry grass. Some places even had excrement, and dark brown bloodstains were everywhere. The air was filled with stench. His hands were shackled, and he was quickly thrown inside, then the iron door slammed shut, and a large iron chain was hung on the door, locking it. The 2 detectives said nothing and walked away. Dis did not come in, which clearly showed that arresting him was not a big deal. Dole's mind was in turmoil. He wondered if Harley would come to save him. Now, he could only rely on Harley. Soon, he heard movement outside. Looking out, his face turned pale when he saw who it was. It was Carmen and Dis, along with Feller. Standing behind Dis were Sam and Otto in a wheelchair. "Bring him out, take him to the interrogation room," Dis said to the 2 officers next to him, then smiled at Sam. "This kid looks stubborn, but a beating will make him honest. We'll get a confession, and once he signs it, we can charge him." Sam looked at Dole with hatred. It would be best to kill this kid directly. I want to watch him die. Otto, sitting in the wheelchair, had a distorted face and looked at Dole with a expression. Haha, you're getting yours today, kid. I'm going to beat you to death with my own hands. Why kill him? Killing him wouldn't relieve my hatred. He needs to be beaten for a few days. Feller and Carmen added fuel to the fire. Dole's mind went blank. The police and criminals were in cahoots. This was truly a case of police and criminals working together. He had already imagined the future he was about to face. Harley, please come quickly. If you don't show up, I'm finished. The two detectives quickly opened the door and brought Dole out. Dole resisted a few times, using his strength as a novice warrior to make the two detectives unsteady. At this moment, Carmen stepped forward, holding a stick in his hand, and struck Dole in the chest. Dole painfully collapsed and was then dragged to the interrogation room. Inside the interrogation room was a cross. Dole was quickly bound to the cross. Dis and the others stood in front of the cross and waved for the two officers to leave. He casually picked up a spiked whip from the side and handed it to Sam, coldly smiling. He's yours now. Remember, don't kill him. Sam took the whip, a cruel smile on his lips, and said, I know the limits. I've done this a lot at the Bianchi mine. Dis nodded, you have half an hour. If I'm not mistaken, Harley from Old K blacksmith shop will be here soon. This kid is a contracted blacksmith, and they won't give up on him. Who cares about a contracted blacksmith? I won't rest until this kid is dead. Sam was clearly mentally twisted. His son was crippled. Shouldn't he be angry? Otto was even more excited. This damned trash! He shouted at Dole. Dole's chest was in pain, and he couldn't speak. Carmen's blow had almost knocked him unconscious. Hearing their conversation, he had already foreseen his fate. He secretly vowed in his heart, if he could get out, he would definitely kill these two. After Dis finished speaking, he quickly left, leaving only Otto, his son, and Carmen in the torture chamber. Carmen, with a cigarette in his mouth, looked at Dole and smiled slightly. This kid thought Old K blacksmith shop would protect him, but I have ways. Old K blacksmith shop may be the city lord's property, but you're just a small blacksmith. Sam held the whip in his hand and cracked it a few times, making snapping sounds. The anger in his heart quickly built up. This damned bastard had cost him 3 gold coins. He deserved to die. Thank you, Captain Carmen and Captain Feller. After this is over, please come to that place, he said with a mysterious look. Carmen raised an eyebrow and chuckled, you're so sensible. Then I'll leave. Remember, only use the whip. Don't use anything else. He was afraid these two would beat Dole to death, and he wouldn't be able to explain it. After all, he needed to deal with Harley from Old K blacksmith shop. I'm just here to watch. Sheriff Dis has great plans, Feller chuckled, unconcerned. This kid lived in the slums. Crippling him made him seem somewhat incompetent. Dole bit his teeth and glared at Otto and his son. Thinking about what was about to happen to him, and the things he had read in books, he secretly vowed in his heart, if he could get out, he would definitely kill these two. Chapter 32. Definitely, we'll leave in a bit. Sam winked at Otto, who, understanding, took out some silver coins from his pocket and distributed them to everyone. The few individuals exchanged knowing smiles, pocketed the silver coins, and turned to leave the place together. The empty prison cell was instantly left with only Sam, Otto in his wheelchair, and Alay, who was tied to the cross and looked utterly hopeless. After Dis left, Sam grinned maliciously, approached Delay, and with a flick of his whip, lashed out at him with force. Snap! Delay instantly let out a miserable cry, but the next moment, he clenched his teeth, preventing himself from making a sound. His skin burned with pain, his clothes were instantly torn to shreds by the barbs, and a shallow bloody mark appeared on his skin. Delay didn't cry out, but clenched his teeth tightly. He knew that saying anything at this point would be useless. Sam snorted coldly, scream as loud as you can, you damned plebeian, you actually dared to cripple my son's legs. If I don't beat you to death today, there's still tomorrow, and I'll make you feel pain every single day. He raised his hand, snap. Delay's face contorted, 2 bloody marks appeared on his body, and intense pain surged through his mind in waves. He strained his body, resisting the pain, but it was no use, the pain on his skin remained undiminished. Snap, Snap, snap. Come, come, son, you hit him a couple of times too. This plebeian's death wouldn't be a pity. Snap, 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 snap. Soon, Delay's face and body were covered in layers of thick blood, and not a single patch of good skin could be seen anywhere. After an unknown amount of time had passed, Delay's face twisted, his skin flushed red, and suddenly his head tilted to the side and he fainted. Seeing this, Sam's face changed. He threw the whip aside and said, "You got off easy," before pushing Odo and leaving the prison cell. At Delay's feet, drops of blood trickled down the cross, quickly forming a pool on the ground. As evening approached, Dog Odo arrived at the entrance and looked outside. It had been an hour since nightfall, and according to the schedule, Delay should have returned already. He shivered and slowly walked out of the entrance, heading towards Old K's blacksmith shop. Arriving at the entrance of the blacksmith shop, Dog Odo discovered that it had already closed for the day, and there was no sign of Delay inside. His dog-like face instantly changed. Delay wasn't here. Could something have happened? Standing at the entrance of Old K's blacksmith shop, Dog Odo sensed something and became furious. His third-level strength allowed him to scan the entire city in an instant, and he now realized that Delay was actually in the police station's basement. Dog Odo knew exactly what kind of place that was. No wonder Delay's mood had been off these past few days, so that was it. Delay had his mark on him. He usually didn't pay much attention to it, but the mark would only be triggered in a life or death crisis, and it was clear that the person wasn't dead yet. Dog Odo's heart sank slightly. He slowly walked towards the police station, his sluggish figure quickly disappearing into the shadows. At the entrance of the police station's underground prison, a shadowy figure swaggered in. The shadow passed through the entrance and through the gate, and strangely, no one noticed his existence. He quickly arrived at the place where Delay was being held. He immediately saw the injuries on Delay's body, and Dog Odo felt a little annoyed. How could things have turned out like this in just one day? It was truly damned. He revealed his form, gradually transforming into a tall, sturdy man. He approached the entrance of the torture chamber and gently pushed it open. The door seemed to melt like tofu, turning into a lump of mud. He slowly walked in, glanced at Delay, and felt a slight pang of pity in his heart. He looked around. This was a standard torture room, with a cross in the middle and 2 tables on either side. The tables were filled with everything imaginable: whips, wooden sticks, scissors, various sizes of knives, and all sorts of bizarre torture instruments. One of the whips, containing barbs, was covered in blood, and with just a little discernment, it could be detected that it was exactly the same as the blood stains on Delay's body. Dog Odo shook his head and didn't pay too much attention. How could one grow without experiencing hardship? Just consider this beating as the price of growth. He gently blew a breath, and the ropes on Delay's body automatically came loose. He reached out and held Delay in his arms. Dog Odo's transformed human form was almost 2 meters tall, while Odo was only about 1.6 meters tall. Holding him in his arms was like holding nothing at all. His figure paused, and the two transformed into a ball of shadow, disappearing from the torture chamber. What? He's gone. Dis flew into a rage. How could someone who had just been locked up last night simply disappear? Even if that kid had great abilities, how could he possibly escape from the underground prison through layers of guards? He had seen the scene, which was why he was so shocked. This had exceeded his comprehension. The door had turned into mud, the ropes had come loose automatically, and there wasn't a single trace of human presence. Sweat dripped down Dis's forehead. He knew that this was a big deal. Whoever had rescued Delay had the ability to kill him silently. As long as that guy grew up a little, he would be in big trouble. Damn Sam, what kind of trouble had he gotten himself into? Small courtyard. Kadia listened with interest to the guard's words. You're saying he was taken away by the police station, beaten severely, and then mysteriously disappeared? Yes, sir, this matter is very strange. We investigated that Delay. He doesn't have any background, he's very clean, but his disappearance is very strange. The guard also felt a little strange at this time. Had Delay been silenced, or had he really disappeared? Kadia sighed and said, this may be a smokescreen from the police station. They've already taken care of the person. Forget it, don't follow him anymore. The guard nodded and then took his leave. Kadia shook his head and stopped thinking about these things. He had finally encountered a good seedling, and now he was gone just like that. Harley sat in the police station, his face incredibly gloomy. Behind him, Fair also looked unhappy. Delay had just been brought in yesterday, and they had immediately started looking for connections. This morning, the person was gone. It was simply ridiculous. Opposite him, Police Inspector Moreno looked at Harley with some difficulty, not knowing what to say. Inspector Moreno, Delay is our blacksmith shop's contracted blacksmith, and he has a very high talent. He's already a first-level blacksmith at the young age of 13. I think you understand what that means. I don't care if Delay has really disappeared or if he's been taken care of, I want to see him alive or dead. Moreno chuckled and said in an official tone, Harley, I understand your feelings. Regarding this matter, I've already asked Dis and Carmen, the two involved parties, and I've also asked the guards from last night. He really did disappear suddenly. He's just a plebeian. We don't need to do anything for him, right? That delay crippled the legs of Sam, the manager of the Bianchi mine. He was wrong in the first place. We only asked him to come back for some investigation. We only wanted him to pay some money, nothing more. We didn't intend to do anything to him. Anyway, the person had already disappeared, so Moreno naturally said whatever was convenient. Harley stared at Moreno, hiding his anger, and said seriously, I don't care what mine or what manager he is. You can't just lose my people. Delay was the person he had been most optimistic about for so many years, without exception. Now he had disappeared silently, how could Harley not be angry? And that Carmen, Feller, Dis, they simply didn't take him, Harley, seriously. I am now formally filing a complaint. Carmen and Dis must give me an explanation, otherwise, someone from the third young master's side will naturally come and ask you. Moreno's face changed. We will act in accordance with the regulations. Your complaint has been accepted here. Moreno replied formally. Seeing that he couldn't get anything here, Harley sighed inwardly, got up, and left. Now he could only hope that Delay would be blessed by the heavens and not die prematurely, but he no longer held much hope. Chapter 33. The darkest place in the world isn't the complex underworld, the so-called assassin guilds, or the gangs, but the police station. Harley knew this better than anyone. His heart had turned cold. Walking out of the door, Fiery whispered, Brother Ha, this matter. Brother Ha sighed and said as he walked, there's no way. They're denying it now, and we can't find anyone. What else can we do? Fiery lowered his head and didn't speak any more, but he mourned for Dole in his heart. Dole was very hard-working and learned things very quickly. He was already the darling of the blacksmith shop. Who would have thought that he would suddenly disappear like this? Alas! Returning to the blacksmith shop, Brother Ha didn't say a word and went straight to the back. The other blacksmiths surrounded Fiery, all asking about it. Fiery shook his head, the person is gone. Gentle wind, crisp birdsong, rustling leaves. When Dole regained consciousness, this was the scene he experienced. He moved slightly, and a tearing pain immediately spread throughout his body, rushing to his brain. The back of his head went numb, and he instantly lost consciousness again, falling into a coma. This was already the third time he had woken up, only to fall back into a coma. It wasn't until dark that Dole opened his eyes, barely managing to stay conscious. His first instinct was to check where he was. He found that this was no longer a prison cell, but outside, and not even in the city. There was no wind in the city, and there were no trees around. He couldn't stand up, or even turn over. Twisting his neck was also excruciating. He could only open his eyes and look at what was in front of him. It was a leaf, blocking the black sky, with a few stars occasionally visible. It was a bit cold on the mountain. The wind blew, causing a dry pain all over his body. It was night now. How did he get here? Who brought him out? Dole suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Could it be that they beat him and then brought him out to silence him? Thinking of this, his heart was filled with despair. At the same time, a sense of resentment rose inexplicably. It was hatred, it was indignation. At this moment, he hated Odo to the core, hated the police station, and wished he could destroy them all. Just then, he heard a rustling sound coming from a distance, as if something was approaching. He turned his head with difficulty. In the darkness, he only saw a pair of green eyes. His pupils suddenly shrank. What was this? Was it a wolf, or what? A chill ran down his spine. Watching the other party approach little by little, Dole struggled to twist his body. Waves of intense pain rushed to his brain, but he was about to die, and might be eaten by this thing. He didn't care about the pain anymore. Dog Odo saw Dole's struggle. He didn't transform into human form and felt it was a bit funny. He quickly came to Dole's side. Dole also saw Dog Odo at this time. A man and a dog looked at each other. What was going on? Was he seeing things? How was this his own dog? Dole was very familiar with Dog Odo's aura from petting him every day. Was this still his dog? Just then, his eyes suddenly widened, his heart raced, and a chill ran through his body. Dole, you're awake. Damn, the dog was talking. Dole's eyes rolled back, and he fainted again. Dog Odo was a little speechless. This guy's psychological quality was really poor. He spat out a mouthful of 5-colored light, and Dole woke up again. A man and a dog looked at each other again. Dog Odo sat in front of Dole and sighed, "Don't be surprised. I am Dog Odo, but from now on you can call me Bale, Hellhound Bale." Dole blinked his eyes, his head buzzing. How could a dog talk? What kind of dog was this? What kind of monster had he encountered? However, he had read the legend of Neri, which had many other talking creatures on it. Although he was a little shocked, he had calmed down at this moment. He opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but found that he couldn't say anything. He felt uncomfortable all over. Dog Odo sighed, spat a mouthful of 5-colored light on him, and then turned to leave. Dole felt extremely uncomfortable all over, but his whole body was in pain, and he couldn't even move. Soon, Dog Odo returned with a bag on his back. By the starlight, Dole saw that this bag was the one he had bought at the pharmacy. It contained his luggage from the small broken house. It seemed that it was wise to buy so many other herbs at the time, as they would be used so soon. His mouth twitched, but then he was a little dumbfounded again. Because Dog Odo actually began to change, turning into a burly middle-aged man with a rigid and upright face, a square face, and a pair of bright eyes full of strange and eerie light. He was 2 meters tall, his muscles knotted all over, bulging high, full of endless power. Dole's mouth formed an O shape, pulling on the wound on his face. It hurt. Dog Odo, also known as Bale, threw the two people's things aside, took out all the herbs, including some herbs that Dole didn't recognize, made them into a paste, and applied them to Dole's body. He felt that he didn't hurt at all, and a cool aura was on his skin, feeling very comfortable. He didn't hurt anymore, and Dole relaxed. He quickly fell asleep again. He didn't know how long had passed, but when he opened his eyes again, it was already dawn. He struggled a bit and found that he could get up, but his body was still very sore. Slowly getting up, Dole didn't find Dog Odo. He looked around and found that this was a mountain top, and he was on the mountain peak, surrounded by tall trees, very lush. Where was this? Dole endured the pain and looked down at his body. His clothes were tattered, and his whole body was covered in blood scabs. Any slight movement would affect the injuries. Those medicines were stuck to his skin and had already dried up. He didn't care about those things, but tried hard to stand up. He failed. His legs hurt so much that he didn't dare to bend them, and his knees were covered in blood. He sighed, and his stomach began to rumble. Just then, a voice came from a distance. Bale's dog form came from afar, carrying a bloody creature in his mouth. It looked like a fiery red beast, as big as a large dog. It should be very heavy, but Dog Odo carried it in his mouth as if it weighed nothing. Dole had never been out of the city and had never studied, so he naturally didn't recognize this thing. Bale carried the thing in front of him, placed it on the ground, and a deep voice sounded, "Eat this raw for the next few days. Don't go back until your injuries are healed. Now that you're injured, don't practice martial arts. Just practice meditation. Meditation is very effective when you're injured." Dole glanced at the bloody unknown beast, then looked at Dog Odo. He swallowed hard, and a hoarse voice sounded, "Bale? What kind of creature are you?" Bale's dog face rarely showed a smile and said, "Hellhound, a 7th level creature from the demon world." Dole's eyes widened, and he was shocked. 7th level? Then how did I pick you up? If you're 7th level, you could destroy this city with one slap. Bale lowered his head slightly, and a helpless expression appeared in his eyes. "I had a fight with another powerful being, the Hydra, and we were both seriously injured. I was close to running out of energy. I used all my means to escape from the demon world and ran to this god-forsaken place. If I hadn't met you, if you hadn't had a ridiculous vegetable dumpling and water in your hand, I probably wouldn't be here. Dole was dumbfounded. Don't look at me like that. 7th level creatures can also die. You saved me, and I owe you a life. Saving you is the right thing to do. Chapter 34. Bale lay on the ground, his eyes watching Dory. You little brat, you're quite clever. I gave you Neri's book, and you're quite receptive. You haven't disappointed my efforts. As long as you finish this book, becoming a transcendent being won't be a problem. Moreover, the stories of Neri in it are also wonderful, enough for you to live outside in the future, provided you don't do anything stupid. Dor's long-standing doubts were finally answered. He fell silent, and after understanding the truth, he wasn't as afraid of Bale as before. He used to think this guy was weird, but it turned out he was an intelligent creature. He glanced into the distance, and through the gaps in the trees, he could see the city in the mountains far away. Going down this mountain and crossing 2 more mountains would take him to Doman City. He let out a breath, which tugged at the wound on his chest, causing him to frown in pain. He raised his head and asked, "If I want revenge, can you help me?" Bale nodded his dog head, "Of course, but I won't do it myself. At most, I'll give you technical support. I know a little about your human wizard system and warrior system and can guide you." Dory closed his eyes, then opened them again, his face full of brown blood stains, filled with heaviness and determination. "Okay, I'll trouble you these next few days." He endured the pain, picked up an unknown beast beside him, and put it to his mouth. A bloody smell hit him in the face. He resisted the urge to vomit and began to gnaw fiercely. This was a mortal feud. "Otto, Sam, Carmen, Feller, Dis, you 5 just wait for me." As someone from the slums, Dory had always believed in avoiding trouble whenever possible, but even so, he was targeted, again and again. Now they even wanted to kill him. Dory felt that his anger had burned through all reason. To hell with retreat, to hell with forbearance, he'd had enough. He didn't know if Foreman Harley was still looking for him, but it didn't matter anymore. Having escaped death, he now only wanted to become stronger and then kill. Watching Dory eat the meat in large mouthfuls, enduring the urge to vomit, Bale nodded in his heart. Only those who endure pain, only those who ignore some living conditions and strive to survive are worthy of becoming strong. He liked Dory because of this. This was a strong child. Having experienced life and death, he estimated that there would never be weakness or concession in this child's heart again. He would become cold. Growing up in the slums, he was already relatively indifferent. Whether it was coldness or indifference, they were necessary qualities for becoming a strong person. After Dory finished eating the meat, he looked at Bale lying on the ground, reached out and wiped the blood from his mouth, swallowed all the desire to vomit, then closed his eyes, calmed his mind, and prepared to meditate. He couldn't do anything else now, only meditate. After entering meditation, the waves of pain from all over his body slowly lessened and then disappeared. In his world, only 3 bronze coins remained. These 3 copper coins had all been constructed, and the lines were clearly visible. He began to construct the 4th copper coin. At the moment he began to construct it, the 4th copper coin was built up at a speed visible to the naked eye. The outline appeared, filling in the details. In less than an hour, the 4th copper coin appeared. Dory didn't expect it to be so easy. He had been in pain and enduring every moment of this day, but he didn't expect it to improve his mental strength so much. With the 4th copper coin visualized, Dory had successfully stood on the level of a beginner wizard apprentice. According to the wizard's standards, the mental strength of an intermediate apprentice was at least 7 to 9 times that of a beginner apprentice, so he would need to visualize at least 21 Mafa copper coins to touch the threshold of an intermediate apprentice. Too slow. After consolidating for a while, Dory began to attack the 5th. Time passed slowly. Soon, he fell into a deep sleep. Dory's injuries were severe. 80% of his skin was torn, with no good spots on his face, neck, or body. He looked very miserable, so his injuries healed very slowly. Even if Bale applied medicine to him every day, he wouldn't be able to stand up in 10 days or half a month. The next day, Dory ate a mental power herb and continued to meditate. He couldn't do anything else these days, only meditate. He also discovered a situation these days, that is, Bale took him to change a location every day, but he always stayed near this mountain. When he slept at night, Dory could feel a mysterious force concentrating towards Bale. He didn't know what it was. When he thought that Bale's previous body was a terrifying level 7 creature, Dory felt relieved again. Such a life could slap him to death with a casual palm. It was normal to create a little movement. The mental power herb could only be taken once every 3 days. When Dory finished taking the third portion, he was finally able to stand up. He had almost vomited from eating raw meat these days. Now that he could move, he made a fire himself and roasted meat to eat. Bale brought salt and other things from the foot of the mountain. As for where he got them, Dory didn't ask. Just like the Book of Neri, who knew where it came from? He didn't care, as long as he had it. In the past, Dory felt that eating meat was extremely extravagant. He walked through the market every day and drooled every day. Now he ate meat every day, but he didn't like it very much. He needed other substances to supplement his body. After all, humans were not completely carnivorous animals and could not rely entirely on eating meat to survive. More than 10 days passed. His wounds had completely healed, and he could move. Most of his injuries were external injuries. His muscles and bones didn't have much problem. After the external injuries healed, there was no big problem. His mental strength had also made considerable progress, increasing to 12 copper coins, not far from 20 copper coins. When there was a mental power herb, the improvement was very fast. Without a mental power herb, the improvement was very slow. Dory now urgently wanted to improve, so he prepared to go down the mountain. His whole body was now covered in scars, one cut after another, looking very scary. With this ghostly appearance, no one would recognize him. He told Bale that he was going down the mountain. Bale didn't speak, but with a wave of his hand, some things flew out of his hand. These were some utensils, basins. Dory's heart trembled. Bale had space equipment. Bale shook his head and said, "There are no beasts on this mountain, but there are also many medicinal herbs. When you can make a potion to change your appearance, then go down the mountain. Stay here honestly these few days." Dory was shocked. This guy must have read the legend of Neri, because in the book, Neri relied on a potion that could change his face and another thing called a hallucinogenic potion to hide in the early stages. He thought for a while, nodded, and said, "Okay, what are you doing these days?" Bale pointed to his feet and said, "There is a small magic crystal mine in this mountain. I am absorbing the power inside to recover." Dory's eyes widened in disbelief. "Magic crystal mine? How is that possible?" Bale's dog face showed a smiling expression. "Have you forgotten the white crystals you gave me at the beginning? That was also magic crystal." Dory was stunned. That was magic crystal. A standard magic crystal could be exchanged for a lot of gold coins. But he thought that those broken magic crystals were at most magic crystal dregs. For transcendent wizards and warriors with levels, magic crystals were the source of power. A magic crystal mine was very important to any force or family, regardless of size. If they knew there was a magic crystal mine here, they would definitely flock here. Chapter 35. My goodness, I'm sitting on a treasure mountain now. Dolly is just a wizard's apprentice now, so he can't use magic crystals, but that doesn't stop him from looking forward to it. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, closed his eyes, suppressed this thought, and after opening his eyes, he said, "I will find something to eat myself these few days, you don't need to worry about me." After speaking, he burrowed into the mountain to find medicinal herbs. Since Bar said there were no wild beasts here, there certainly weren't. With such a great god here, what would dare to linger nearby? Here is far away from Doman City, in a deserted place. As soon as you leave the top of the mountain, you are surrounded by vegetation, and various plants can be seen everywhere. He needs to distinguish various medicinal herbs from them. However, he soon discovered that the mountain was difficult to walk, at least for him, who was unarmed. There were also many herbs on the ground. He only walked a few dozen steps and found many herbs recorded in the Elementary Potion book. Bar gave him many books: Elementary Magic Pattern Studies, Elementary Potion Studies, Elementary Material Studies, and a biography of Nerrier. These are all very valuable things. He hasn't looked at Magic Pattern Studies yet because he doesn't quite understand it, but he has been looking at Potion Studies all the time, and he is very clear about some of the low-level medicinal materials recorded in it. His goal is to become a true warrior or wizard. Whether it is a warrior without a background or a wizard without a background, learning to identify medicinal materials is very important, because no matter what profession, a large supply of medicinal materials is needed to quickly advance. Why do so many geniuses appear in those big families? On the one hand, the big families pass on from generation to generation, and each generation selects people with talent. Generation after generation, the descendants born are naturally not much different, even stronger than ordinary people. Secondly, the family is wealthy and has no shortage of cultivation methods since childhood. It has been passed down for thousands of years, and the foundation is laid with various herbs, so the speed of improvement is naturally very fast. Unlike Dolly, who is alone and doesn't even have anyone to talk to, it's a miserable situation. Dolly held the potion book in his hand, walking, observing his surroundings, flipping through the book, and looking for herbs that he could use. The mountain was difficult to walk. There were no roads, only branches and vines everywhere. It took Dolly a long time to walk a section and harvest some medicinal materials, but it was still far, far away from what he wanted. However, he was not discouraged. There was no worry about food here. Although it was a bit cold, it was still within a controllable range. With Bar here, the environment on the mountain changed because of his existence. He hardly felt the problem of hot and cold. That's a level 7 creature. A level 1 wizard can walk sideways Indiana Domin City, let alone Bar, a level 7. When I think of how I used to pet him every day, Dolly can't be happy. I'm playing with fire. He walked and thought wildly. It took Dolly several days to clear a path down the mountain. Extending from the road to both sides, he collected various medicinal herbs, filling several large packages. This is already in the mountains far away from the city, and even hunters don't come here, so it's very safe. He thought that if all these medicinal materials were brought to the city, they could probably be sold for a lot of silver coins. After working busily for several days, Dolly finally collected enough medicinal materials and returned to the mountain, looking around. At this time, Bar had moved to another place and was lying down, with a mysterious power flowing through his body. He couldn't see it or feel it, but he had a feeling. Bar raised his head at this time and glanced at Dolly. The man and the dog understood each other. Dolly didn't deliberately pay attention to Bar and began to fiddle with those bottles and jars, sorting them into categories. Water is available on the mountain, and Dolly can make fire by drilling wood, so he doesn't lack materials. Moreover, low-level medicinal materials don't require very high-end materials. The first thing he refined was not a disguise potion, but a wound medicine. This medicine is very simple and just right for dealing with the injuries on his body. Without a unit of measurement, Dolly could only rely on his own hands to judge the ratio of medicinal materials. He squatted on the ground, took all the wound medicine materials over, and then grabbed them one by one with his hands, judging the weight. Another benefit of high mental strength is that you are very sensitive to everything, including weight. Soon, he made 3 portions of wound medicine, then took 1 portion, took a large pot, put all the medicinal materials into the pot, added water, made fire, and then a wisp of smoke curled up and began to bloom in the forest. That's right, it's boiling, the most primitive refining method. After boiling for about an hour, Dolly scattered the fire, leaned into the pot and looked at it, smelled it, the taste was good, with a fishy smell. He used a small wooden stick to remove the large herbal dregs, changed to a small fire and continued to boil until the water was dry, revealing the black-brown stuff below, which was the medicinal mud. Dolly found some grass, fanned the pot, and cooled the pot down quickly. He dug out a piece of medicinal mud with his hand and smeared it on his body. Immediately, a cool breath penetrated into his body through his skin, which was very comfortable. Success! It's not difficult. The book records this medicinal effect, that's right, Dolly was very excited. At this time, Bar slowly walked over from a distance. He was still in dog form. Seeing the medicine in Dolly's pot, he also found it interesting. This guy succeeded in one go? This is just the most basic prototype of a magic potion. In ancient times, humans didn't have any tools, so they relied on this method to extract medicines. Now this method is outdated, but our conditions are a bit poor, so let's just use it. Dolly didn't mind and nodded happily, saying, well, I know, I'll practice first. This medicine can also remove scars. I'll see if it can restore my original appearance. Dolly's body is full of healed scars, which is very unsightly. Bar snorted, seeming very disdainful, whether it is the warrior system or the wizard system, as long as you cultivate to a high level, the scars on your body will slowly disappear. Don't worry, as long as you continue to cultivate, what you looked like before, you will still look like in the future, and you will only be more handsome. Then he looked into the distance and said, Be careful when you look for medicine recently. Magic crystal slag has been found in the Biankai mine, and it is estimated that people from the Northern Kingdom's Ability Association will come over in a few days. Dolly was stunned, and then his heart sank. He nodded and said, I have already found all my medicinal materials, and now I only have to decoct them, but the hallucinogenic potion is not easy to make and requires a lot of auxiliary things. Bar nodded and said, that's not in a hurry. You should make the disguise potion first. The hallucinogenic potion can be made back in the city. If it doesn't work, find a job and take your time. Don't rush the revenge. Dolly's face was not good looking. How could he not be anxious? He couldn't wait for those people to die immediately. Bar quickly disappeared into the jungle, not knowing where he went. Dolly watched Bar disappear, took off his ragged clothes, dug out all the medicinal mud, smeared it on his body, and then changed into a set of clothes. It's still very cold in the mountains after Bar leaves. That guy is an automatic temperature regulating machine, and it's very easy to use. In the following days, he only refined 2 kinds of medicine, one for healing and one for disguise. The disguise medicine is also an ointment type. It is not that you can disguise by applying it to your face, but by changing the thickness and color of the skin, changing a person from the outside, not the essence. His dregs are off-white, very close to the skin. Dolly tried several times, and the color of the dregs was wrong. Soon, the herbs were used up. He sighed. He knew it wouldn't be easy, but he didn't expect it to be so difficult. Nerrier himself tried several times before he succeeded, so Dolly wasn't discouraged and looked for medicine again. These are all low-level medicinal materials, which are easy to find. In addition to the special herbs, Dolly also found many other medicinal materials, preparing to take them to the pharmacy to sell when he went down the mountain. This is also an income. Before, all his money was used to buy mental power herbs, and the excess was also taken away by them when he entered the police station. Now he doesn't have a penny on him. Chapter 36. Without money, there's no way to live. Even if you can live in a slum, you still need money for food. These herbs are his small capital to make a comeback. 2 days passed quickly. Bar would come back every night and go out during the day. The daytime was a little better. Now that the weather is hot, it's actually quite cool in the mountains, but if Bar doesn't come back at night, Doral has to make a fire, otherwise he'll freeze to death on the mountain. Soon, on the 4th day, Bar suddenly stood up, looked in the direction of Doman City, and said, they've crossed the mountain ahead and are coming this way. Let's leave. Doral knew the terror of the Ability Association. If the police station was the strongest official force, then the Ability Association completely surpassed the police station, even on the same level as the City Lord's mansion. No professional dared to offend the Ability Association. As the only officially recognized wizard organization in the Northern Kingdom, they had endless methods. Once they targeted someone, almost no one survived. The terror of the Ability Association was enough to stop a child from crying. Doral hurriedly moved, packing all his belongings into his backpack. However, the traces of living here for the past few days couldn't be erased. He could only try to erase his aura and reduce the traces of him being discovered. These were all small tricks, but Doral didn't have much hope. After all, the other party was the Ability Association. The wizard's reconnaissance abilities were terrifying. Even the slightest clue wouldn't escape their eyes. Fortunately, he had burned all the bloodstains and scabs on his body these past few days, leaving almost nothing behind. He knew that many witchcrafts could curse based on remnants. Who knew if the wizards of Doman City had this technology? He didn't dare to take the risk. While packing, he vigilantly looked around. Just then, Doral noticed that there seemed to be a few more figures in the distant mountains. Then, several almost indistinguishable things flew from their hands and flew around. Bar urged Doral, and Doral sighed and came to Bar's side. Doral's eyes blurred, and the surrounding scenery quickly receded. He didn't know how Bar moved him, but he didn't see him move, and they had already reached a corner at the foot of the mountain. To the left of the corner was a wide road. Doral was extremely shocked. He looked around and found that this was the main road to Doman City, because there were many flags planted on both sides of the road, with the symbol of Doman City drawn on them, which were 3 mountain-like flags. This symbol was not only the symbol of Doman City, but also the symbol of the Link family. The Link family possessed the rare hereditary Earl title and was also the hereditary city lord. It could almost be said that this city belonged to the Link family. At this time, he saw Bar slowly shrinking, turning into a dirty, Ordinary earth dog. What are you looking at me for? Hurry up and disguise yourself and enter the city. Bar was a little speechless. This guy was too surprised. Doral suddenly understood, and then quickly took out the ointment wrapped in leaves from his bag and began to apply it to his face, then pulled and tugged, and finally smoothed the ointment on his face. He didn't know what he had turned into, but it was still a person, as long as it was completely different from before. Bar glanced at Doral's new outfit and said unhappily, "Your chin is falling off, can you fix it?" Doral couldn't see what he looked like, and was a little speechless. "I can't see it anyway. By the way, can't you remind me properly? Can you be more reliable?" He rubbed his chin, trying to round it out, and then looked at Bar. Bar rolled his eyes and said, "Okay, it's not too ugly. Buy a mirror when you get back and fix this image." Doral naturally knew this principle. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Then let's go." Thus, one person and one dog slowly climbed up the mountain along the main road. Doman City has a very high city location, with mountains in all directions. The valleys of these mountains converge not far from the entrance of Doman City into a long valley, which twists and turns to the plains outside, a full 50 kilometers long, which is very long. Although Doman City has a bad geographical location, it is very important to the entire Chris County, because it is a city that can make money. At least a quarter of Chris County's tax revenue comes from Doman City. Minerals and ironware are the main sources. Now it is spring, and the ore accumulated in various mines for a winter is being sorted out, waiting for the Empire's convoy to come in from outside. Metal minerals are generally only sold to the Empire, and very little is sold to private individuals, unless the title is high enough. In Doman City, only Earl Link, Viscount Orne, and Viscount Lake have a share. Doral walked and looked around, and he soon came to the city gate. On both sides of the city gate were city guards on heavy duty. In the past, Doral respected these people, but now when he saw these people, he only felt hatred in his heart. After scanning around, he didn't find Feller. That guy didn't seem to be on duty today. Doral's eyes turned cold. Entering the city, a noisy atmosphere rushed towards him. After living in the mountains for several days, Doral had become accustomed to being alone. When he entered the city, he was a little unaccustomed. Urged by the people behind him, he slowly entered the city. He had a package behind his waist, which was full of various medicines. Passing through the slums and the commercial avenue, Doral quickly saw Old K's blacksmith shop and Fier soliciting customers at the door. Fier was the same as before, still warmly welcoming customers. Nothing seemed to have changed. He tiptoed and looked inside, seeing those old acquaintances. Varick, Santos, Moray, and those first-level blacksmiths and apprentices. After seeing them for a few seconds, he sighed and continued to walk forward. His goal was the pharmacy. Soon, he came to the pharmacy where he had bought medicine last time, with the words "Future Pharmacy" written on the door, and slowly walked in. There were quite a few people at the entrance of the pharmacy, all queuing to buy medicine. After entering the pharmacy, there were also a lot of assistants inside. On the left side of the pharmacy were two benches, where several doctors were sitting, while on the right was the place to buy finished medicines. Directly opposite the entrance was where the shopkeeper was. Doral had been here more than once. After looking at the marked prices on the wall for the medicines he had on hand, he went directly to the shopkeeper, took out the package, and said, "Boss, these are the medicines I picked. Please take a look." Doral's package was bulging and there were many of them. The boss only glanced at it, then became serious, because he saw a medicinal herb branch exposed on the outside of the package, which seemed to be a high-quality medicine. He looked at Doral a few times. This guy did come in from outside. He still had some soil stains on his body and his clothes were not clean, but he was not a regular medicinal farmer. He should be from a town outside. Only in the mountains outside could he find excellent quality medicinal materials. He lowered his head and looked at the dog next to Doral, and suddenly understood that this should be a descendant of a hunter. He waved to the side, asking another person to replace his position, and then said to Doral, "Come with me to the back." Doral hesitated for a moment, then beckoned to Bar and followed the shopkeeper to the back. Behind was a corridor, with small rooms on both sides of the national road. There were people in these small rooms. Doral only glanced at them and saw that they were all doctors. This pharmacy assumed the responsibility of a doctor. Chapter 37. Arriving at the last room, Delay entered and immediately saw several rows of tall medicine cabinets, each labeled with various medicinal herbs. Just inside the door was a large table with benches on either side. The shopkeeper warmly gestured to Delay with a smile, saying, "Have a seat. Let me see what kind of goods you have." Delay couldn't gauge the owner's depth, so he disguised himself as a dull child. He untied his bundle, placed it on the table, and opened it himself. Some of these medicinal herbs were dug up by him at the beginning, using incorrect methods, so they looked of poor quality. However, some herbs were dug up later, using more skillful techniques, and a few of them were of very high grade because ordinary hunters or herbalists simply couldn't access them. As Delay opened the bundle, the owner sat opposite him, examining each item one by one. He tried to keep his expression calm, but his lips twitched uncontrollably when he saw some of the herbs were damaged. This kid's herbs are really good, but his technique is too poor. Some of these herbs are grade 2, and even grade 3. This made his eyes light up. Grade 1 herbs are only worth a few copper coins each, because they're only for ordinary people and can't be too expensive. But grade 2 and higher herbs are much more valuable, worth dozens of copper coins per pound. Grade 3 herbs are priced in silver coins, and the older they are, the more expensive. He saw a red herb inside, a blood essence grass, which could enhance blood and energy, useful even for grade 1 warriors. But that herb was damaged, greatly reducing its potency. The owner was heartbroken. He looked at Delay with a displeased expression and asked, "Did you pick these, or did your family pick them?" Delay had been watching the owner's gaze all along. With his keen senses, he naturally saw what the owner had noticed. He smiled and said, "Are you saying my harvesting technique is terrible and damaged the herbs?" He picked out the blood essence grass from the bundle and said, "This is the first time I've seen this herb, so I was a little rough. But if I encounter it again, I won't do this." The owner was shocked. This kid actually recognized this herb. "You recognize herbs?" Delay had already prepared his answer. "My family has been herbalists for generations. I recognize some herbs. If my father hadn't passed away so early and taught me more, I could do even better." The owner nodded. "I see." He counted all the herbs and said, "I'll give you 3 gold coins for these. Is that okay?" Delay nodded. Many of these herbs were collected from places that people wouldn't dare to go, so they were rarely seen on the market. 3 gold coins was already a lot. "That's about what I expected. If I can find other herbs in the future, I'll come back to you." 3 gold coins wasn't a small amount for the average herbalist. They risked their lives to gather herbs in the mountains, and they had to buy equipment and deal with wear and tear, which was very expensive. They might sell for gold coins, but after buying other things, their income was still in silver coins. The bigger the investment, the bigger the income. These herbs were worth the price. With Bear by his side, Delay's concept of money had shifted to whether it was enough, not whether it was a lot. No matter how much money there was, it wouldn't be enough for alchemy and experiments. 3 gold coins seemed like a lot, more than he would have earned in his entire life a few months ago, but it would quickly be spent on buying a set of experimental equipment and renting a better house. Money is still not enough. He suddenly thought of something and said, "I want to learn how to make ordinary ointments. I want to buy a batch of beakers, droppers, filters, alcohol lamps, and so on. Do you have those here?" The owner chuckled. "Are you looking down on us? We have everything you need. They're not worth much. A complete set of ordinary drug extraction equipment will cost you 1 gold coin." The quality of the herbs Delay provided was very good. He wanted a long-term partnership, so he quoted a low price, but he would still make a profit. 3 gold coins, minus 1 gold coin, leaves only 2 gold coins, but fortunately, there is still a surplus. Delay breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Okay, then I'll choose some other herbs, and we'll settle the bill at the end." The owner nodded and said, "Okay, let me ask one more question. Do you want to become a doctor?" Delay shook his head. He lifted his sleeve, revealing the hideous scars underneath, and said, "When I collect herbs in the mountains, I inevitably get injured. I use them myself. My father once saved a doctor and got a few prescriptions from him, all for personal use." The owner's heart tightened when he saw Delay's arm. He naturally knew that those were scrapes that had even removed the skin. This young man simply brushed aside such terrible injuries. His temperament was truly extraordinary. "There aren't many young people with such good character these days," he said. "Wait a moment, I'll give you a little something as a gift. It's not worth much." The two of them walked out of the last room and into the hall. Delay went to find the herbs he needed, while the owner returned to the counter. After a while, Delay selected the herbs and came to the counter. The owner gave him a book. It was a complete herbal encyclopedia. After settling the bill, Delay had 50 silver coins left. After thanking the owner, Delay carried a large box and quickly left the pharmacy with the seemingly honest bear. A man and a dog were walking down the street, feeling very bored. Delay now had 50 silver coins on him. It seemed like a lot, but it wouldn't last long if he really started spending it. He had just earned 3 gold coins, which sounded like a lot, and might be more than a poor person could earn in a lifetime, but it would be spent quickly. A set of equipment for a physician and a dozen portions of mental power herbs cost a full 2.5 gold coins, which was practically robbery. It's a pity I wasn't born into a wealthy family. The man and the dog wandered around the street, bought a hooded outfit, bought some other things, bought some food, salt, seasonings, and a machete, spending about 6 silver coins in total, and slowly came to the slums. He planned to spend the night here and leave tomorrow. He didn't plan to live in the city for the next period of time. He planned to stay outside the city. Bear had already found a good location for him, deep in the Bianchi mine. There used to be magic crystal slag there, and there must still be some left. The previous mountain had been targeted by the Ability Association, and going there again would probably be suicide. He'd change to another mountain and stay outside, and he could find herbs to practice with on the mountain, which wasn't convenient in the city. Having a camouflage ointment alone wasn't enough. If he wanted to kill the Odo father and son, he needed poison, and he needed magic potions to hide and conceal himself. He needed to make them outside and then come back for revenge. He kept telling himself, "Don't rush, don't rush." The area around Mount Doman was all mountains, with only one valley leading to the outside. The walls of Doman City were both tall and wide, to prevent attacks from wild animals and other creatures from the mountains. This kind of thing used to happen many times every year, but it's much less frequent now. There are many powerful creatures in the mountains, flying in the sky and crawling on the ground. Although Doman City is the domain of humans, the mountains are still the domain of beasts and other creatures. Those powerful beasts, or intelligent creatures, are collectively called magical beasts. Logically speaking, Bear also belonged to magical beasts, and was also a very terrifying existence, but Delay glanced at Bear, and couldn't help but twitch his lips. He remembered that he used to pet this dog all the time. Chapter 38. The next morning, a man and a dog quickly disguised themselves and left the city, then walked along the road of the Bianchi mine. They entered the mountains from a ravine next to the mine and soon disappeared into the vast mountain forest. There were many paths into the mountains, all trodden out by hunters, herbalists, and even some adventurers. What they had to do was to go to places where people rarely went, collect things that others could not collect, and hunt prey that others had never hunted. As soon as they entered the mountains, Bar resumed his original appearance and led the way. Although still in the form of a dog, he was more than 2 meters tall, with shiny fur, and looked very mighty, not the sickly image from before. The disguise was to prevent being targeted and robbed, causing unnecessary trouble, nothing more. Dory pulled out a wood-chopping knife from his arms and followed Bar forward. Harley impatiently came to the police station again. Even in formal attire, his burly body gave people a fierce and unapproachable impression. Seeing Harley's arrival, a police officer quickly notified Dis. Harley ignored everyone and went straight to Dis's office, sat down on his own, and looked at Dis sitting opposite him. His voice was low, but full of power, and he said, "Where are my people?" Dis's face was a little ugly. He was the one who took the people away, and now that the people were gone, it was understandable for the other party to come to him, but how would he know where they had gone? He said impatiently, "I don't know. My men are also looking for them." The corner of Harley's mouth twitched slightly, he snorted coldly, and said, "I have already asked some people and know what happened that day. You can move anyone, but you can't move my people. I will give you 3 more days. If you still can't find them, or if you plan to continue dragging on like this, you should give up your position as police chief. You should be clear that there are many people eyeing your position." Dis's face was extremely gloomy. This Harley was really determined to keep an eye on him. How would he know where that damned little beast had gone? If he knew, there was no need to say anything. He had been under a lot of pressure these past few days. A pauper was just a pauper, and it would have been fine if he had died, but for this pauper, Harley had used connections far beyond his imagination. Damn it, who exactly is that guy? Damn Sam, damn Otto, damn Harley, damn feller, why don't you all just die? He squeezed out an ugly smile, slightly restrained his expression, and stood up somewhat restrainedly. I will, please rest assured, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Harley didn't say anything when he heard this, just sat there and looked at the other party. He sat there for an hour. Dis was full of helplessness in his heart. At this moment, a person hurried in from outside. Seeing the situation inside, he came to Dis's ear and whispered a few words. Dis's expression was serious at first, then his face changed, and he said, really? The man nodded with a serious and excited expression. The chief is now summoning all police inspectors to a meeting to discuss this matter. If things are true, then Diamond City will probably be even more popular. Dis's heart could not calm down for a long time. The Ability Association has discovered a magic crystal mine. This is a major event, and the crystal mine is still on an uninhabited mountain. If someone preemptively occupies it, that would be terrible, but with the Ability Association's methods, no one dares to occupy it privately. That would be courting death. I know, you go first, and I will come later. He sent the man away with a calm expression, then squeezed out a bit of an ugly smile and said to Harley, please sit down first, I have something to go out for. After saying that, he quickly slipped away. Dory naturally did not know that after the Ability Association discovered the magic crystal mine, they mobilized all the forces of the police station, the security administration, and the military department, spreading out on all the mountains around the magic crystal mine and planning roads. They were preparing to directly open up roads from the mountains. At the same time, they sent a message to the Chris County branch, saying that a magic crystal mine had been discovered here. Although it currently looked like a small mine was still a mine. As soon as the news of the discovery of the magic crystal mine spread, all the other families were shocked except for the Ability Association. They all cooperated with the Ability Association to prepare to develop this mine. The Ability Association was powerful, but they were just a group of physically weak mages. If they wanted to mine ore, they still needed a huge amount of manpower, ordinary manpower. Opening roads, building bridges, and laying the ground in the mountains all required a lot of manpower and material resources. Almost all families wanted to get a share of this matter. At this time, Dory and Bar had already arrived in the mountains, far away from the previous mine, and were preparing to set up camp on another mountain. The weather was not good today. As soon as they arrived in the mountains, a cold wind blew from the mountains, and the air temperature dropped sharply. There was more fog in the mountains, and then it slowly turned into clouds. It looked like it was about to rain. A man and a dog followed the valley and found a cliff to walk forward. Soon it started to rain. However, they quickly found a shallow cave on the side of the cliff that could shelter from the wind and rain. This was the first rain since the beginning of spring. The forests at the foot of the mountain were already lush and green, and the places with low temperatures on the mountain were also green, but there had not been a rain. This rain brought a coolness to the dry climate. Bar was not satisfied with this place. The location was too low, but now it was raining, and it was not easy for Dory to move around, so he could only be wronged here for a while. The cave was not deep, and it was about dozens of meters to walk inside, and it was not big, but this size was enough for Dory to move around here. After tidying up inside, a man and a dog sat at the entrance of the cave, boredly watching the drizzle constantly dripping from the entrance. Soon, Dory couldn't sit still, stood on the ground and began to practice boxing and swordsmanship. He had no sword in his hand, and using the wood chopping knife as a sword was also possible. Bar looked at Dory, then lowered his head and turned his gaze outside. Dory practiced for a while and felt tired, so he walked into the cave, opened the package and the box, then lit a candle, and prepared to read a book and study magic pharmacology. Now that he had the tools and some medicinal materials, all that was left was practice. The conditions were a bit poor now, but there were still conditions after all. After a while, he stood the box up and took out all kinds of things. Alcohol lamp, beaker, ordinary medicine pot, these all needed to be used. The initial extraction of drugs was very rough, and it slowly became refined later. The pot was still necessary. In order to bring these things up, he had suffered a lot along the way. He looked at it, that's right, he was still short of firewood. It's raining now. Forget it, let's do it tomorrow, meditate today. Time quickly passed for 2 days. Dory and Bar turned around in the surrounding mountains and finally found a place to live on the next mountain. This was completely a mountainous area, surrounded by mountains that could not be seen at a glance. It was already very difficult to find a place to rest. There was a large protruding rock on the top of the mountain, and below it was a whole rocky flat ground, concave inward, about 5 meters away from left to right. If the two sides were blocked by stones, it would just be a natural nest. Dory was preparing to settle down here. According to Bar, where he is, ordinary monsters will not come over. He is afraid that the people from the Ability Association will expand their search range. They now know that someone has been on the mountain. Dory was also afraid, but it was useless to be afraid at this time. At worst, Bar would take him out of Diamond City, and then come back to take revenge in a few decades. The Ability Association is the official magic organization of the Empire. The Diamond City branch of the Ability Association is not in the city, but in a mountain outside the city. A road leads directly there from the north of the city. Chapter 39. The administrator of the Ability Association is a formal wizard. Under the formal wizard, there are 6 senior apprentices, a dozen intermediate apprentices, and countless junior apprentices. At this time, the 6 senior apprentices, together with the formal wizard, were sitting in a meeting, discussing the current situation. The magic crystal mine definitely belongs to the Ability Association. Even if the city lord with the title of Earl, the deputy city lord with the title of Viscount, the Link family, the Orn family, etc. want to intervene, they have to look at the Ability Association's expression. This is an imperial privilege and also the Ability Association's privilege. With the magic crystal mine, the strength of the Domain Ability Association here will be greatly improved. You said, someone had stayed there before, and for quite a while, but there were no traces of anyone being mined at the scene. Formal wizard Mossad sat at the head of the conference table, holding his chin with both hands, and asked softly. Senior wizard apprentice Mike answered this question. Yes, teacher. There are traces of fire, and also remnants of many animal carcasses. We judged from the teeth marks that there should be 2 creatures, one is human, and the other is a canine-like creature. We initially suspect they are just hunters. Based on the information we have obtained so far, we cannot determine how they got there. Perhaps they just strayed in, or perhaps they are wizard apprentices. After all, besides the hunter profession, wizard apprentices can also tame magical beasts. As soon as Mike finished speaking, Tina, who was sitting below Mike, said, there is also a suspicious point, which is that we searched around and found no road leading to the mountain, which means they reached the mountain through other means. To do this, unless they are formal warriors, or formal wizard adults, or possess the strength of senior wizard apprentices and have special alchemy equipment. They placed a stack of photos in front of Mossad. Mossad opened the photos, looked at the traces of those things, and thought carefully. The conference room was quiet, and no one dared to speak. After a long time, Mossad said, how is the inquiry about the people at the Bianchi mine? How long have the magic crystal slags been appearing? Baichi, who was in charge of this matter, said, I have already inquired. They said it has been almost a month. However, at first, everyone thought they were just shiny little stones. No one knew they were magic crystal slags, so naturally no one cared about those things, and no one asked about them. Only some people took them out because they looked good. Those miners are all poor people and cannot recognize magic crystals. Once the magic crystal mine is taken out, it's hard to say. It will definitely attract the attention of wandering wizards, so it is reasonable to say that someone is investigating on the mountain. Mossad gently put down his arms, his eyes full of wisdom, and solemnly said, the magic crystal mine is our top priority at the moment. Our Ability Association does not have enough manpower. Since the Link family, the Orn family, and the Lake family want to get a piece of the pie, then give them some things to do. Those who should build roads should build roads, and those who should build bridges should build bridges. Deducted from the income at that time. You can go back and say that. Yes, teacher. Mossad usually doesn't like to interfere in matters, and regularly listens to some reports. The magic crystal mine is too important, so he came out to stabilize the situation. These 6 apprentices are all from various families and forces. They can discuss the initial matters themselves, and he only needs to stabilize the overall situation. At this moment, Baichi suddenly spoke and said, Teacher, a small village outside Doman City has been massacred. Our people went to check and found that they were all poisoned to death by a virus. We suspect that a wandering potion-type wizard has come to Doman City. Mossad's eyes sharpened and he said, then what are you waiting for? Quickly organize people to capture them. These black wizards who endanger ordinary people should receive their due punishment. Yes, teacher. The 6 people nodded together. Obviously, this was not the first time they had dealt with black wizards. The 6 people are usually responsible for 6 different directions, and Baichi is responsible for strange cases that the police station cannot handle, and those related to wizards. The death of an entire small village is quite serious. Because of the magic crystal mine, the people of the entire Doman city are mobilized. The military, which originally needed to open up roads to the outside, had to divide half of its manpower to maintain order. The entire Doman city looked a bit chaotic. At this time, Dole was carefully separating the medicinal liquid. Because the conditions were a bit difficult, doing these things was not easy at all, but he still completed them step by step, without any errors. After searching on the mountain for a few days, he collected all the medicines he needed and prepared the hallucinogenic potion. The steps for the hallucinogenic potion are much more than the steps for the healing medicine and the disguise ointment. First, it is boiled, and after boiling, the medicinal liquid is filtered and separated, and then dried into extremely fine powder. The color is not right, and these medicinal materials must be separated one by one, which is very troublesome. Fortunately, there is a lot of psychedelic grass, the main ingredient of the hallucinogenic potion, on the mountain, and Dole can waste it recklessly. Otherwise, buying medicinal herbs and extracting medicinal powder at the foot of the mountain would probably cost a huge amount of silver coins. After the medicinal powder is extracted, it is dissolved, synthesized, and proportioned. Although there is a proportion in the book, the medicinal effects of the medicinal powders are different, and he still needs to find a suitable proportion to prepare the correct hallucinogenic potion. Hallucinogenic potion is also a very important potion on the wizard's path. Its greatest effect is to confuse. It has 2 uses. One is external. A little bit can make people dizzy and fall into a dream or illusion. The other is internal. Take it yourself and improve your mental strength by fighting against the illusion of the potion. For a qualified wizard, hallucinogenic potions are sometimes more useful than pure mental strength potions. Mental strength potions can directly increase mental strength, but there is a limit to increasing mental strength, while hallucinogenic potions can break the original mental strength limit in various ways and continue to improve upward. The 2 complement each other. In the wizard apprentice stage, these 2 potions are essential skills for all potion wizards. Medicinal liquid, mixing, stirring, as a blue smoke emanated, Dole was immediately overjoyed. It was done. For 10 days, he finally made the hallucinogenic potion. He has a 300 ml beaker in his hand, which is not full. According to the measurement of a normal 10 milliliters per tube, these hallucinogenic potions can now be divided into at least 20 tubes, enough for him to use for many days. After finishing it, Dole breathed a sigh of relief. Recently, his mental strength has increased to the level of 18 copper coins, and he is not far from the intermediate level, and he can carry out the next plan. Enter the city to kill. Originally, he and Bear guessed that after discovering a magic crystal mine, the ability association would definitely search the nearby mountainous areas extensively, but strangely, they did not search on a large scale, but only conducted a small-scale search. Seeing that there was nothing in other places, they gave up the search, which made Dole breathe a sigh of relief. However, they also set up many warning devices nearby. Apart from Bear, Dole did not dare to approach. Bear has also gained something recently. In a more distant mountain, he found another small piece of magic crystal mine, but it was occupied by a firefinch with the strength of a first-level wizard. However, in Bear's hands, that firefinch with the strength of a first-level wizard was not worth mentioning at all. It was quickly taken down by it, and the firefinch, which usually showed off its power, became its follower, guarding that place. The firefinch doesn't know Dole's existence, and Dole has never thought about going there. Even if he wants to move there, he has to wait until he has avenged his revenge. As soon as the hallucinogenic potion was successful, Dole rested for one night. Early the next morning, he called Bear and prepared to return to Doman City. At this time, spring had completely arrived. Coming down from the mountain, all kinds of trees in the mountain grew tender green leaves, and the flowers and plants in the mountain attracted all kinds of creatures that feed on nectar in the mountain, peaks, butterflies, mosquitoes, and some small birds. Chapter 40. Back on the White Avenue, Dore had already disguised himself as Lin Rui, carrying a large bundle on his back and a woodcutter's knife at his waist. His sturdy build made him look like someone not to be trifled with. Soon, he arrived at the city gate. Just then, Bar tugged at his pants, glancing towards the city wall. Dore looked at Bar, then followed his gaze to the city wall, where several large notices were posted. Many people were looking at them, and some were reading them aloud, informing those who couldn't read about what had happened. Dore only glanced at them, quickly reading the contents, and a chill ran down his spine. The notice stated that 2 black wizards had wandered into the vicinity of Doman City, causing a tragic poisoning case, poisoning an entire village, more than 30 people in all. The people had already been caught, and tomorrow morning, they would be burned at the stake at the city gate. It urged everyone to report any wandering wizards they encountered in the future to avoid causing large-scale casualties. Killing more than 30 people in one go, these wandering wizards were quite powerful. But thinking about the methods of wizards, Dore fell silent again. He himself could also kill so many ordinary people at once simply by using poison or other means, but why would he do such a thing? To what extent were these people's minds twisted? Or were they practicing some kind of black magic? The wizard profession was unparalleled in creating terror and panic. Black wizard, Dore learned a new term. The biography of Nail Yi also mentioned the term black wizard many times. They were a group of madmen who would do anything to achieve their goals, seriously violating ethics and morality, and could be described as pure demons. Nail Yi's advice when encountering a black wizard was to kill him immediately, and if you couldn't kill him, don't easily approach him. Black wizard. Dore's face darkened. He turned his head and scanned the city gate. He didn't find Feller today either. He wondered what had happened to Feller, or had he been transferred to another place. At the city gate, there were many soldiers and carriages, as well as many laborers. They were building roads towards the vicinity of the Bianchi mine, in a grand and lively manner. Dore knew that this might be a prelude to the Ability Association's preparation to develop the magic crystal mine. He saw that there were all kinds of people among them, even prisoners. Dore's disguise was the same as last time, wearing a hood, carrying a large bundle, and exposing his dark, thick arms, which looked like they were often exposed to the sun, making it easy to tell where he came from. His arms were full of scars, looking ferocious and terrifying, and even the small hooligans were unwilling to provoke him. Walking into the future pharmacy, the sharp-eyed boss had already seen him. Seeing the bulging backpack on his back, he immediately called out to someone and hurried to greet him, leading him to the back. Entering the warehouse, Dore put down the bundle and said, "Thank you, boss, for the book you gave me. This time, I found a lot of good medicinal herbs. Please give me a price." Slowly opening the bundle, the boss's eyes lit up. "My name is Miliady, you can call me Old Me. These herbs of yours are really good quality. You must have gone to many places no one has ever been to." "More than just places no one has ever been to, there was no one at all, okay?" He smiled and said, "It's okay, my bar is very clever and can always take me to good places. My name is Lin Rui." He touched Bar's head next to him. Old Me then looked at the dog next to Dore. It was just a dirty dog, obviously not a good breed, a very ordinary mountain dog, but its eyes were very bright and beautiful. Old Me nodded and stopped talking, concentrating on looking at the herbs Dore had collected. This time, the quantity was more than the last time, and the quality was better. Old Me couldn't close his mouth with joy. Although there were many herbal farmers who supplied them, they could provide more in quantity than Dore, but the quality was definitely not enough. This guy always brought second and third level herbs, which was very impressive. Combining this with the scars on his body, Old Me knew that this little guy must have suffered a lot. You know, it had been more than 10 days since the last time. A total of 16 kinds of herbs, all second and third level, good quality. I'll give you 15 gold coins, Lin Rui, what do you need yourself? Dore nodded, took out a list, and placed it in front of Old Me, saying, "I need the things on it." Old Me only glanced at it, his eyes narrowed slightly, and then he didn't say anything. He shouted a few times, and a person came in from outside. He gave a few instructions and handed the paper to that person. That person looked at Dore, didn't say much, and immediately went to prepare. The room was very quiet, silently, and neither of them spoke, making it eerily silent. After a long time, Old Me took the lead in speaking, saying, "Lin Rui, I can probably guess what you want to do with these materials and herbs, but I, an old man, want to advise you, remember not to harm human lives, don't become a black wizard." Dore was shocked, raised his eyes, and stared straight at Old Me, thinking for a moment and saying, I didn't intend to hide it from you, becoming a black wizard is not my goal. He knew that no matter how he disguised himself, old me, the old doctor, would see some clues. He said it so directly, and Ray felt relieved. Old me sat down and sighed, I've seen many wild wizards like you. The wizard profession in the Northern Kingdom is declining, not because everyone lacks talent, but because the ability association controls a lot of resources, coupled with the rampant black wizards, so the wizard group is notorious among ordinary people, but in private, there are still many people who want to become wizards. In Doman City, there are actually many underground wizards. If you want to go down this path, it's easy to run into them. Duray relaxed when he heard this, his eyes lit up, many wizard apprentices. In order to dispel Duray's concerns, old me nodded knowingly, saying, every family, scattered people, all have them, especially the families have the most wizards. Under normal circumstances, they will join the ability association, but there are also some unknown wizard apprentices. If it's not necessary, I suggest you don't expose yourself. Your appearance is very easy to disguise as a warrior. He looked at Duray's skin and muscles, and the woodcutter's knife at his waist. Duray nodded, now relieved. He looked at old me with bright eyes and said, thank you, our business can be a long-term partnership. So far, I have no plans to contact anyone else. Old me showed a surprised expression, then smiled and said, then you should be good, I don't want to lose you as a source of supply. Of course, if you have any medicines to sell, you can also come to me, I also have many wizard suppliers here, of course, I don't accept poison. Duray looked at old me and understood in his heart that this old guy was a sly old fox, probably relying on pulling in many wizards to be his suppliers. But currently, he has nothing else to sell except for healing ointment, mental power potions, and hallucinogenic potions, and these three things cannot be sold. He nodded and said, I'm slowly learning, if I have good things, I'll come to you. Old me also breathed a sigh of relief. He regretted it a bit after saying it just now. If this guy suddenly became violent, he would have no choice but to expose himself. He smiled and said, then we'll have a happy cooperation. The two had nothing to say, and the air became quiet again. Soon, the apprentice came in from outside with a large box and placed it in front of Duray. Duray opened the box, took a look, and nodded. Chapter 41. Coming out of the pharmacy, Dor wasn't in a hurry to leave. He had been wandering in the mountains for the past few days, and his clothes were torn, so he needed to buy a few sets of clothes for backup. After learning that there were still many wild wizards in Doman City, Dor had a renewed understanding of the Psi Powers Association. They acknowledged wild wizards, but not black wizards. Once discovered, they would be executed. This was Dor's current understanding of the Psi Powers Association. Of course, whether they cared or not was one thing, and showing up in front of them and courting death was another. He still needed to stay as far away from them as possible. After spending a night in the slums, he arrived at the city gate early the next morning and headed out of the city. Just then, he saw a small team of people walking over from the distant crowd. They were pushing a large cart, covered in stones, towards the city, sweating profusely. Behind the cart, Feller sat excitedly at the front of the cart, shouting and ordering the disciples beside him. Seeing this, Dor narrowed his eyes, then turned around and walked out of the city without looking back. He quickly disappeared into the mountains. This transaction brought him an income of about 15 gold coins, but after exchanging them for other medicinal herbs, some auxiliary herbs that he needed, he spent 14 gold coins. Buying clothes, seasonings, alcohol, and other items cost him another 50 silver coins, leaving him with a pitiful 50 silver coins. 15 gold coins seemed like a lot, but for a wizard, it was still too little. They walked all the way, crossing mountains and ridges, until they returned to the cave where they lived in the afternoon, and continued their grand plan of refining medicines. Although the hallucinogenic potion had been successfully made and he had some in stock, he needed to prepare a few more for backup. Next was the ordinary poison, as well as the medicine to hide his aura on his body, and the mental power herbs to refine a real primary mental power potion. This was the most important thing. Recently, reading Gnarly's biography has given him a lot of inspiration. He no longer acts impulsively like an ordinary teenager. He needs a very thorough plan before taking action. Soon, 10 days flew by. Dor held a test tube in each of his left and right hands. The left one was black, and the right one was green. After shaking them gently for about a minute, he poured the liquids from the 2 test tubes into a glass container at the same time. The 2 liquids mixed and quickly formed a dark green liquid. The liquid didn't move at all. There was no smoke, no foam, as if they had merged into each other. Seeing this, Dor breathed a sigh of relief. He had succeeded. The black one was a poison that could cause a huge burden on the heart, causing it to burst. The green one was a hallucinogenic potion that could produce hallucinations. He mixed the 2 together, and when he poisoned someone, it would create the illusion that the person had taken a hallucinogenic drug and scared himself to death. Next was to do experiments, verify his conjecture, and then change the dosage. There were plenty of creatures in the mountains. He needed to catch some creatures to experiment on to verify how much dosage was needed, whether his ratio was correct, and whether it could have an effect. All of this required creatures to experiment on. This was a long process. Dor had one more new course, the hunter's self-cultivation. This book appeared at his door the next day, along with a bow and some materials for making traps. Seeing these things, the wish to ask Master Baal to help catch some small animals was immediately swallowed back. Dor grew up in the slums. Before the age of 10, he had hardly ever left the city. After the age of 10, he needed to work to earn money, but he never thought that one day, he would need to hunt for a living. Although during this period, he did rely on some small tricks to obtain a lot of food. For wizards, they didn't need to hunt. They only needed to refine some things that the prey wanted to eat to attract them. Therefore, Dor only glanced at the book, flipped through it a few times, and then put it down, refining some new things instead. Potions that could attract small beasts, beast bait. Therefore, he had to return to the city again to buy some things that were not available in the mountains. This back and forth took another 2 days. Time slowly came to summer. It wasn't hot in the mountains. The top of the mountain was very cool. Dor, bare-chested, hid in the cave without a trace of sweat. He picked up a small green bottle, drank the liquid inside, then closed his eyes and entered his sea of consciousness. In the sea of consciousness, 26 copper coins were neatly arranged in a row, looking quite spectacular. Just then, an external cool force poured into the sea of consciousness. Dor hurriedly mobilized his mental power to incorporate this force into his body, forming the 27th copper coin. This was a standard portion of a level 1 mental power potion. Unlike simply eating herbs before, his potion had a stronger effect, about 5 times stronger. At first, 1 bottle of potion could increase 2 copper coins, but later, 1 bottle could only increase half a coin. Now, after drinking a bottle, he could only slightly feel the influx of cool air. Dor didn't take the hallucinogenic potion. That thing was too dangerous. It wouldn't be too late to drink it when breaking through. Soon, the effect of the medicine was over, and the 27th copper coin only grew a little, almost able to see a clear outline. Just then, he felt something strange with his mental power, and a wonderful rhythm flashed through his mind. At the same time, the 27th coin grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, then the 28th, the 29th, all the way to the 30th copper coin. Dor was shocked. The breakthrough came unreasonably. He had prepared the hallucinogenic potion and was ready to take it at any time, but he didn't expect to enter the intermediate wizard apprentice naturally without taking it. Dor was silent for a moment, then opened his eyes. Baal's dog had appeared in front of him, seemingly puzzled, yet somewhat relieved. "You broke through," he said with certainty. Dor nodded and said, "Yes, I am now an intermediate wizard apprentice." Baal hummed and said, "It's good that you reached it. According to your current progress, you will be able to enter the advanced wizard apprentice by the end of the year. If you are lucky, you will be able to enter a level 1 wizard before the age of 15. The corner of Dor's mouth twitched, so slow. Baal sat down and snorted, "Your talent is good, this is already very good. You have to know that some people can't enter a level 1 wizard in their entire lives. And I said that if you are lucky, you can enter level 1. If you are unlucky, you will be an advanced apprentice for the rest of your life." Dor frowned, so difficult. The expression on Baal's dog face was very rich, seemingly disdainful, yet also reminiscent, or scornful. Becoming level 1 is the first leap in life, officially coming into contact with this vast world, and only then are you qualified to enter a higher level. And below level 1, they are all the same, they are all ants, they are all cannon fodder. If you can't become level 1, life is short, and decades pass in a flash. Only by becoming level 1 can you have the opportunity to live forever. Dor was dumbfounded. Gnarly's biography didn't mention these things. Being an intermediate wizard apprentice is also useless. Besides being more sensitive than a beginner, more sensitive to the outside world, helping with debugging potions and making alchemy, there is almost no improvement in combat power. But it will be better when you reach advanced. The mental power of advanced wizard apprentices can be extended to the things they touch, and they can use some tools to achieve the effect of magic. You humans call it zero-level magic, but it is far from real magic. Chapter 42. Dory felt somewhat speechless. It was true that intermediate wizard apprentices weren't of much use, as there was no increase in combat power at all. However, with the improvement of mental strength, they became more sensitive in terms of alchemy, had a more precise grasp of the quality of medicinal liquids and medicines themselves, and the extracted medicinal liquids were more accurate. Now that he had entered the intermediate wizard apprentice stage, he should be more accurate. He looked at Bale, his expression somewhat indifferent, and said, "I've reached the intermediate level now, it's time to go back." Bale made a suit-yourself expression and said, "Up to you, but I personally suggest you wait until you're at the advanced level before going back. A magic crystal mine has been discovered in Doman City, and a large number of wizard apprentices have poured in. The situation isn't optimistic right now." Dory shook his head and said, "Let's go back first." Bale grunted and said, "As you wish." He shook himself, shook the fur on his body, stretched, and said, "Then let's go back." Dory was a little stunned. "Are you coming back with me too?" Bale rolled his eyes at him and said, "There's no magic crystal mine here, I have nothing to do here, might as well go back with you." Dory was a little happy and said, "Then let's go back." The city gate of Doman City was even more heavily guarded, with city guards and city garrison patrols patrolling back and forth at the gate, making it very strict. Dory carried a huge package and also carried a hunting bow, accompanied by a dog, a standard hunter image. At this time, a separate road was built from the city gate leading to the mountain on the right. Carts loaded with rocks and soil came down from the mountain, dumped these things into the mountain below, and then returned to the mountain. Horses, various strange pack animals, and people worked together, in full swing. Dory was also speechless. In Bale's eyes, it was just a small mine, but in the eyes of these forces in Doman City, it was as if it were a treasure, and they wanted to mine it as soon as it was discovered, unwilling to wait even a moment. This was the difference. Soon, he followed the crowd into the city. Future pharmacy. In the innermost room, old Me grinned, counting the medicinal herbs collected by Dory. He couldn't be happier. "Not bad, not bad, the quality of these herbs is even better this time. I'll give you 20 gold coins for everything. What do you need?" Since knowing that Dory was a wild wizard, old Me had completely relaxed. As long as there was long-term cooperation in the future, there would be many such transactions. Dory also relaxed and smiled. "I need some beginner strength potions, do you have any here?" Old Me nodded and said, "There aren't many goods, but I have them. It's just that strength potions are quite valuable, one bottle costs 2 gold coins." Dory had exposed his identity as a beginner wizard, so naturally he didn't plan to continue hiding it. The two were trading alone, and he wasn't afraid of a third person knowing, so he took out 10 bottles from his arms. All of them were green bottles. Seeing these bottles, old Me was stunned. He glanced at Dory and said strangely, "Are you sure you want to sell beginner mental strength potions?" Dory nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. "This stuff isn't very useful to me anymore, might as well exchange it for other more useful potions." Old Me got a lot of information from this sentence. Beginner mental strength potions were not very useful, then Lin Rui in front of him must have reached the stage of intermediate wizard apprentice. How long had it been? He really wanted to know what meditation technique the other party was practicing. A wild wizard, what good meditation technique could he have? He thought about it and didn't ask. Asking would be offending someone. He picked up a bottle of beginner mental strength potion and looked at it, and had a rough idea. The market for mental strength potions is far less than that for strength potions, but those nobles are willing to spend a lot of money to buy them, and the price is higher than strength potions. "Are you sure you want to exchange all of these for strength potions?" Dory naturally shook his head. "I want 5 bottles of strength potions and 5 bottles of agility potions." These were all beginner potions. Although there weren't many goods on the market, there were definitely not few. Dory was also testing his tone to see how many wizard apprentices this guy was cooperating with. You should know that besides the ability association, only those wild wizard apprentices could provide these things. Ordinary physicians couldn't refine medicines without super high mental strength assistance, although they could refine medicines, the failure rate was shockingly high, and it wasn't worth the loss. Old Me nodded directly and said, "Okay, I just got a batch of goods, I'll go get them for you." After saying that, he stood up and walked out. Dory understood a little. I'm afraid Old Me was doing these things, and the other shop assistants and subordinates didn't know at all. Wild wizard apprentices needed to be kept secret, and it was impossible to let others know their identities. How did he recognize himself? Could it be that he tricked him? The corners of Dory's mouth twitched slightly. This old fox really had a lot of tricks. After a while, Old Me brought in a small box. He opened the box, showed Dory, and then handed the box to him. Dory didn't look carefully, put the box away, and said, "Let's settle the money, I don't plan to go out recently, so I won't buy anything else." Old Me was immediately shocked, "You're not collecting herbs anymore. That's not a long-term solution." Old Me sighed. He thought this was a long-term supplier. However, he didn't lose heart, but directly said, "If I ask you to refine mental strength potions, can you do it?" Dory smiled and said, "That depends on how the reward is." Who would go against money? Old Me immediately laughed. He had a long-term supplier. Not long after, Dory walked out of the future pharmacy with only a small package left on him. He looked left and right and walked directly towards the slums. He had stayed in the pharmacy for a long time, and it was late, so he prepared to rest for the night. The night passed quickly. Early the next morning, before dawn, Dory walked out of the room. He was alone, without anything, and entered the city area. He turned left and right, and soon came to the entrance of a large household, stood at the corner, and waited quietly. Not long after, a bald middle-aged man walked out. It was Harley. Harley walked out of his house, preparing to go to the police station again to ask if Dory had been found after so long. That child was really unlucky. He had used many connections in the past few days, but he still couldn't find where Dory was. Coming out of the house, closing the door, he was about to leave. At this time, he saw a person wrapped tightly at the corner, sneakingly greeting him. Brother Ha, it's me." Hearing this voice, Harley's eyes lit up immediately. He looked left and right, there was no one, and then quickly walked over. Coming to Dory's face, he saw that this was a completely unfamiliar face, but the voice was right. He blinked his eyes. Dory looked at Harley, sighed, and said, "Brother Ha, it's me, Dory. It's not convenient for me to expose myself now. Can you help me? I want to continue working for you." Harley pondered for a moment and said, "What happened? How did you suddenly disappear?" Dory sighed, rolled up his two sleeves, and there were scars on the skin under the sleeves, like several ugly centipedes crawling. Dory lifted his clothes, his chest and back were all like this. Harley's face was extremely gloomy, and he understood immediately. Who did it? Dory shook his head, his eyes firm, "Brother Ha, my revenge, I will take it myself. Now I just want to find a job, anyway, they can't find me." Chapter 43. Hago swallowed, staring at Dole with a terrifyingly gloomy expression. Seeing these wounds, he knew the kind of suffering Dole had endured at the police station. He really wanted to ask how he had escaped, but found himself unable to speak. This child truly had a hard life. He thought for a moment and said, "In that case, I won't ask. The fact that you came to me is giving Hago face. Leave the job search to me." He paced around, saying, "Besides Old K's blacksmith shop, I also manage 2 other blacksmith shops. One is at the intersection, you should have seen it, Mondo Blacksmith Shop. Do you want revenge?" Hago asked casually. Dole looked directly at Hago, the usual cheerful expression gone from his face. He simply nodded silently, not answering the question, and then said, "I'll come find you in a few days. I just wanted to give you a heads up." Hago nodded. He was already satisfied that Dole had come to him. The kid still had good character. Now that he had finally found him, it was enough as long as he was okay. The worry he had for so long could finally be put to rest. "All right, then be careful. Come find me anytime if you need anything." After saying this, Hago realized he had said something wrong. Dole could escape from the police station, what could he possibly help with? He felt a bit self-deprecating. Dole nodded and said, "Then thank you, Hago. About today's matter." "You know, I know." Dole bowed to Hago, turned around with Bear, and left. Carmen, Feller, the Otto father and son, all 5 of them had to die. Dole had endured hours of beatings. If it weren't for Bear, he would have certainly died without a burial place, perhaps thrown into some stinky ditch, maybe without anyone even knowing. Such a suffocating death filled Dole's heart with anger and endless resentment. He would not be human if he didn't avenge this. Between life and death, there is great terror, but also great resolve. After experiencing this, Dole's personality gradually became cold and indifferent. Dole didn't go back. Instead, he timed it just right and found a place to eat near the city gate, casually watching the entrance while he ate. Whether it was Otto or Sam, they would return from the Bianchi mine every day. Sam returned a bit earlier, Otto a bit later because he liked to play. This was their usual routine. Dole needed to track them and get their home addresses. He had been waiting for this day for a long time, almost 4 months. Now that everything was ready, all that remained was to kill. Before long, Sam and Otto walked in from outside at the same time. The father and son, one in front of the other, along with several other people, rode in a Bianchi mine carriage, slowly entering the city. They were talking and laughing, a stark contrast to Dole's gloomy expression. Dole ate the remaining rice, slowly wiped his mouth, and then paid the bill. 4 copper coins, quite cheap. The carriage was slow, and he casually followed behind. Soon, they arrived in the eastern district of Doman City. The southern and southwestern areas of Doman City were slums, the southeastern area was ordinary residences, the city lord's mansion and office were in the center, the northwestern area was the noble district, and the northeastern area was the wealthy district, each categorized separately. The main commercial streets were near the south gate, extending to the city center. There were only 3 streets in total, the Doman Avenue in the middle, and the Link Avenue and Olai Avenue on the east and west, each controlled by different forces. Doman Avenue led directly to the city lord's mansion, while Link Avenue and Olai Avenue were slightly longer, extending to the city walls in the north. There were many people in the city, and the carriage was slow, but Otto and his son quickly got off. They hailed another carriage and headed towards the southeast of the city. Dole quietly followed behind. Actually, if he could wait a little longer, until he advanced to the high-level realm, it would be much easier. He could directly use magic potions for marking and sense them directly, without having to painstakingly track them. But he couldn't wait until then. The eastern district was large, full of ordinary residences. The carriage quickly turned into a slightly northern alley, and they soon stopped in front of a large household. Dole carefully followed behind, watching from a distance. After the 2 walked inside, he pretended to wander around aimlessly, looking around the neighborhood. Nail Yuyi's first rule: always pay attention to safety. To kill someone, you must clearly investigate their location, the surrounding traffic, the possible directions of enemies, and arrange escape routes as much as possible. However, Dole knew that almost half a year had passed, and Otto and his son should be letting their guard down. To avoid attracting attention, Dole didn't stay long. He decided to come again tomorrow. Anyway, he had already waited half a year, a few more days wouldn't matter. Although he had been waiting for this day for a long time. It took Dole several days to investigate Sam's family situation. There were 5 people in Sam's family: Sam himself, Sam's son Otto, Sam's wife, a very shrewish woman, and 2 slaves without commoner status. The slaves were bought from the market, costing Sam only 50 silver coins. Human lives were frighteningly cheap. Otto also had an older brother who was a soldier and not at home. Dole didn't think too much. He didn't care what they were, he would kill these 2 dogs first. If his eldest son wanted to avenge his father and brother, he wouldn't mind killing another one. After confirming this information, Dole investigated Sam's 2 neighbors. Coincidentally, one of the neighbors was away, giving Dole a lot of room to maneuver. Sam's 2 slaves would go to the vegetable market together every morning, and at this time, Sam and Otto would leave, leaving only Sam's shrewish wife at home. This was almost every day. The structure of his house was also very simple, with 4 large rooms, a living room, a small courtyard, and a toilet in the small courtyard. Behind the house was a warehouse for storing daily necessities. After determining all of this, Dole prepared to act. On the first day of July, just as dawn broke, Sam and Otto walked out of the house together. A carriage naturally arrived at the door to take them to the main street, where they would transfer to the Bianchi mine's dedicated vehicle a right of being a supervisor. At this time, the two slaves also left together to buy vegetables. Everything was according to plan. After seeing all of this from the wall, Dole quietly climbed over the wall to the bottom of Otto's courtyard wall. He glanced at the distant living room. At this time, Sam's wife, a seemingly plump woman, was lazily sitting at the entrance of the living room, preparing to enjoy the morning sun. Even in July, the mountain city of Doman still didn't have much heat, it was still a bit cold in the morning. Dole quietly crouched through the courtyard and turned to the kitchen. He looked at the layout of the kitchen and didn't act rashly. Then he turned to the warehouse in the back. Next to the warehouse was a corner of the wall covered with a tarpaulin. There was a lot of dust on it, indicating that it wasn't often moved. He quietly came here, lifted the tarpaulin, and crawled inside. He needed to wait here until night. Almost no one came here under the tarpaulin, even footsteps passing by were rare. This had all been scouted beforehand. He stayed there for a whole day. Time quickly came to night and Otto and Sam returned together. According to the previous timing, Dole had already run to the back of the kitchen, secretly watching this side. At this time, the two slaves had already prepared the food. The dishes were rich, with as many as 7 or 8, and they needed to be carried out of the kitchen one by one to the living room, which would take some time. The two slaves quickly carried the dishes out of the kitchen, and at this moment, taking advantage of their simultaneous departure, Dole, who had been observing for a long time, quietly slipped into the back of the kitchen, felt around, and took out 2 small bottles. He uncorked the bottles and poured all the transparent liquid inside into several dishes. Chapter 44. He poured very carefully, the medicinal liquid dripping evenly onto each dish, his expression equally calm. After pouring, he put the small bottle in his pocket and quietly slipped out of the kitchen through the back door, coming outside. He saw that soon 2 slaves would carry the remaining dishes out. In the dusk, the Audiobook family was laughing and talking in the dining room, with 2 slaves serving beside them. At this time, Dole was quietly watching from the side, until they had eaten almost all the dishes, then he quietly climbed out along the courtyard wall, came to the courtyard wall next door, he glanced at the Audiobook family's luxurious dining room from afar, then without looking back, he jumped down along the wall and flipped into the neighbor's house. Soon, he disappeared into the common district. While walking, he took off his gloves, put them in his pocket, and Dole returned to the slums, his expression extremely calm. Although it was his first time killing someone, and not even direct contact, the truth was that he had indeed killed someone. Those 3 would not live for more than half an hour. He used a large dose, enough to make the hearts of 2 cows explode. Originally, Dole wanted to watch the 2 die, but there were 2 slaves present, so he dismissed the idea. They were doomed. Returning to the slums, Dole did not meditate all night and slept very soundly. Early the next morning, he was waiting at the alley entrance, and soon, Supervisor Harley walked out of his house. Seeing Dole, Harley was still a little unaccustomed. This was another face, but it was indeed Dole, exactly the same as yesterday's face. He stood in front of Dole, with thousands of doubts in his heart. Have you finished your business? You'll know soon. Dole smiled, not saying it directly, I need a job now. Harley shrugged, he didn't want to care about what Dole had done, waved his hand, and said, come with me, these days the city is repairing roads, there is a lot of work with various tools, the blacksmith shop is working overtime in several shifts, almost too busy, you've come at just the right time. Oh right, do you have the strength of an intermediate warrior now? Dole nodded, after using the strength potion and agility potion, it should be about the same. These days he was busy with reconnaissance, he had forgotten about this. Harley nodded with satisfaction, and said, the blacksmith requires a lot of strength, the stronger the strength, the easier it is to forge. You are now using the number 3 hammer, when you can use the number 4 hammer, you can easily forge level 2 ironware. If there is a chance, you can buy some potions from the Shinnik Association, although they will be very expensive. The potions on the market are basically produced by the Shinnik Association, and only people like old me with sharp eyes can see the wild wizards hidden among ordinary people and obtain some of the supply. Dole nodded, I will. Harley glanced at him, and teased, your disguise is good. Dole didn't follow up, and said, I want to rent a house, brother Ha, do you have any connections? Harley chuckled, and said, then you've asked the right person, I have 10 properties, I can rent you one, how about 10 silver coins a month? Dole's eyes lit up. Okay, deal. What he was thinking was, this guy is so rich. The two strolled along the street, soon reaching the end of Doman Avenue, near the city gate, where there was a sizable blacksmith shop, named Mondo Blacksmith Shop. As soon as Harley walked into the blacksmith shop, the surrounding blacksmiths and helpers began to greet him. Obviously, this supervisor was very prestigious. They came to the back, entered a room, and saw an old man in his 50s or 60s. He was very burly, with a huge amount of energy, sitting there, like a small stove. Hong Zhen, this is a level 1 blacksmith, you take care of him for me these days. Harley said unceremoniously. Feng Zhen glanced at Dole's attire, and blinked. Him. Level 1 blacksmith, I've seen his strength, and the things he forges are good. He used to be with old K, but something happened. Dole's attire at this time, except for not bringing bail, was a simple set of clothes, carrying a bow on his back, a standard hunter's outfit. If you said he was a blacksmith, people would definitely not believe it. After Harley said that, the old man immediately nodded, and said, "Call me Uncle Hong, come on." He stood up and walked outside. "Hello, Uncle Hong." Dole followed suit, greeted Harley, and walked outside. Mondo Blacksmith Shop was slightly larger than Old K Blacksmith Shop. The outside was bustling with activity. It seemed like there were a lot of orders. Uncle Hong walked along, casually saying, "Since Supervisor Ha introduced you, then I won't test you. We have 3 more forging furnaces here, and there are also extra apprentices. You first choose a place and help them forge various tools. Now the mountains are being mined, and there is an urgent need for various mountain opening tools." Dole glanced outside. Indeed, even those level 2 blacksmiths were now listlessly forging ordinary tools such as pickaxes, hoes, and rakes, which showed how great the demand was. They came to the front forging furnace. Dole casually chose one. Uncle Hong called a young worker over. He was a little older than Dole. "Anderson, you follow this one. My name is Lin Rui. You follow Lin Rui and help him out, he is a level 1 blacksmith." Anderson nodded. Following anyone was fine, as long as there was money. He looked at Lin Rui strangely. He was younger than himself, and he was already a level 1 blacksmith. A look of envy appeared on his face. A level 1 blacksmith is a contracted blacksmith, with a minimum salary, at least silver coins, which is much better than these small workers. "Hello, Lin Rui." "Hello, Anderson, then let's start working directly, it looks like everyone is very busy." Dole didn't bother with formalities and prepared to start working directly. He and Anderson began to work busily next to the forging furnace, tidying up tools, starting a fire, selecting materials. Everything was in order, looking like he had been doing it for many years. Seeing this, Uncle Hong was relieved. This was indeed an old hand, not a novice. After arranging things, he turned around and walked to the back. He was only responsible for arranging people. The specific things were still done by Supervisor Ha. The blacksmith shop had one more person, which didn't have any impact, because everyone was very busy, and didn't have time to pay attention to this side. Occasionally a few people saw this side, they just glanced at it casually and asked who this person was, that was all. Uncle Hong came to the back. Brother Ha had already poured himself water and was sitting on a comfortable stool, even more comfortable than him. "Brother Ha, how long has it been since you came here?" Uncle Hong said unhappily. Harley smacked his lips, and smiled. "Isn't there you, what else would I come for, just collect the money." Uncle Hong snorted twice, and sat next to Brother Ha, obviously a little dissatisfied. This time, the few young masters of the Link family have all come out to fight for the mining share. How much did you get here? Harley drank water while casually glancing at Uncle Hong, and said, "These are all predetermined, the Chinook Association is very strict, plus a level 1 wizard has come, whether it is the Link family or the other 2 families, they don't dare to go too far, so the share is very average, and we only got 10% here." Uncle Hong chuckled, "That's not bad, 10% is also tens of thousands of gold coins in income." "That's right, the Chinook Association are all rich people, we'll earn this money for nothing." "Yes, when it comes to being rich, the wizard masters are really rich. But you also have to see what kind of wizard. Wild wizards are so poor that they are about to sell their pants." Uncle Hong laughed. "These days, wild wizards are rare, either they are incorporated, or they go far away to other empires, they don't dare to be presumptuous in our northern kingdom." Chapter 45. At the entrance of the police station, Carmen led his men out in a hurry, jumped onto the carriage, and headed towards the East District. According to the report from the Bianchi mine, the Ordo father and son had been dead at home for more than 13 hours, nearly half a day. Because they didn't see the father and son in the morning, and important matters couldn't proceed, they went to their house and discovered that the whole family was dead. Strangely, no one had reported it, and the 2 slaves who were originally in the house had completely disappeared, leaving no trace. Carmen hadn't seen the scene and could only make a hasty analysis based on what he knew. Was it slave revenge? Or some other reason? However, everything could only be determined after seeing the scene. He brought police officers and a forensic doctor to investigate the scene. After a while, they arrived at Sam's house. Carmen knew Sam's house. This guy was the manager of the Bianchi mine, usually making a lot of money, and he bought a big and beautiful house. The house was very quiet and there was no strange smell, which was Carmen's first impression. "Where are the people?" Carmen asked. The man said, "The strange thing is here, they are all in their own rooms, sleeping soundly, but they suddenly died." Carmen was stunned, entered from the front yard, and soon, he surveyed the scene and made a record. It was indeed not a burglary, nor a murder during a failed robbery. Although there were signs of looting in the house, it should have been done by the slaves, because they took the money without causing much damage, which was the behavior of insiders. There were no suspicious points. Carmen asked people to put the 3 bodies in the living room. The forensic doctor quickly examined their bodies and came to 2 conclusions. 2 died of excitement, with violent heartbeats causing blood vessels to burst, and 1 died of fright, with a ruptured liver and gallbladder and no external force. After only a preliminary observation, the forensic doctor quickly came to a conclusion: they took a large amount of hallucinogenic drugs, possibly a strong drug. This kind of drug is not new in the upper class, many nobles like to use it as an after-dinner refreshment. Carmen pondered for a moment and said, "Is there no possibility of homicide?" The forensic doctor shook his head and said, "Detective Carmen, this kind of thing is rare, only a few people have some, and it is also very expensive. This guy must have brought it back from somewhere and took too much. I still have to take them back and do a more detailed forensic identification to see what kind of drug it is." Carmen relaxed. It would be fine if it wasn't a homicide. If it was a homicide, he would have to be wary of whether it was done by someone he had offended when helping this guy before. "Okay, then take them back." The on-site investigation and recording took several hours to complete, and then Carmen returned to the police station in a relatively happy mood. The death of someone who had shady dealings with him made him feel relieved. The death of this guy's family of 3 saved him a lot of trouble. As for the financial losses, they were not a big deal. As for the runaway slaves, he believed they would be caught soon. The slaves all had marks on them, they couldn't run far. In the afternoon, Dorla was forging a hammer. Hage came back from outside, came to his forge, stood beside him, looking at Dorla with a complicated and meaningful look. He had just received the news and was shocked, but he quickly realized that Dorla had taken action. He came back this time to seek revenge. At this time, Dorla was sweating profusely. Seeing Hage come in, he casually chatted while forging. "Hage, aren't you busy today?" Hage looked at Dorla with a solemn expression. He sighed and said, "Lin Rui, I know what you want to do, but remember to be careful." The Ordo father and son died inexplicably, and Dorla happened to come back. He wouldn't believe that these 2 things were unrelated. Dorla used to be very strange, and now he was even more mysterious. He always felt that this little guy had become different from before. Dorla raised his hand, glanced at Hage, his eyes calm, and smiled faintly. "Life is only one, so naturally I have to be careful. I haven't lived enough yet." Seeing Dorla's eyes, firm in his calmness, Hage's heart sank. He slightly guessed that Dorla might have suffered something bad at the police station, otherwise, he wouldn't have embarked on the path of killing for revenge. Thinking of the injuries on his body, Hage was slightly conflicted. He didn't know whether to feel sorry for the young Dorla or to be sad for the 3 dead people. After a long time, he sighed, "Okay, it's good that you know. Next, just work hard and honestly. When you reach the intermediate level, save money quickly and buy dochi cultivation methods. You are still young and have no family burden, so it is easy to save money. You can cultivate dochi very quickly." Dorla nodded solemnly. He had this plan. The book from Narier only had methods up to level 1. There were no dochi cultivation methods above level 1. He still needed to find the methods himself. The blacksmith shop was a good choice. Of course, he had a better choice, which was to find Baal. As a level 7 giant, he must have a lot of powerful and domineering cultivation methods. However, Baal wanted him to take the path of a wizard, so even if he provided dochi cultivation methods, he probably wouldn't be too concerned. Hage came with the wind and left with the wind. Anderson looked at the direction Hage left with a look of reverence. Lin Rui, you and Hage have a good relationship. Dorlai didn't have much temper. In just one day, the two became familiar with each other. Dorlai smiled, that's because Hage takes care of me and helps me get the fire tongs. Dorlai touched the sweat on his head and continued to work the iron. Okay. His current strength was already very great. The 10 kilograms hammer was like a toy in his hand. He estimated that his strength was almost around 60 kilograms. After taking the strength potion and agility potion, it was not difficult to estimate that his strength would synchronously increase to 100 kilograms. Generally speaking, 80 kilograms was the standard for an intermediate warrior, and he could start to forge bones and temper internal organs. At this time, some potion assistance was needed. Without potion assistance, it would be very difficult at this stage. Ordinary warriors also advanced in the same way, with almost no difference from blacksmiths. This was also why those small gangsters rarely dared to cause trouble in the blacksmith shop, because they were all professionals. Who dared to cause trouble? In the evening, he got his wish and lived in the East District, in an ordinary 3-bedroom house, Hage's property. There was no contract signed, and a key was enough for him. Living in a residential area, with the city guard patrolling every day, the security was much stronger than in the slums. Moreover, Baal could also be a little more comfortable here, but it would be a little far from the city gate, which was inconvenient for Baal's actions. But with its strength, this distance didn't matter. One person and one dog walked into the yard. The first thing to do was to clean it up back and forth, clean the rooms, a kitchen, and 3 ordinary rooms. He planned to use one as a laboratory, and he and Baal each had one of the other 2 rooms. The bathroom was in the yard. After finishing these, the sky had completely darkened. In fact, it was still early, and Dorlai couldn't sleep at all. He just thought about it, and took out a bottle of strength potion and a bottle of agility potion, then poured them into his mouth, and quietly waited for the potion to ferment. After a while, he felt a force rushing into his whole body, limbs, blood circulation accelerated, and muscles began to swell, especially the lower limbs, legs and feet, and hips were more obvious. It seemed that the strength and agility potions worked together. Chapter 46. In potionology, potions are developed for various professions, covering a wide range. There are mental strength potions, agility potions, focus potions, anti-poison potions, and so on. They are created to allow various professions to improve simply and directly. However, the cost is also high, namely, a large amount of gold coins. It is relatively cost-effective for Dole to exchange mental strength potions for strength and agility potions. If he were to buy these potions with the money from simply collecting herbs, he would probably exhaust himself to death in the mountains. One bottle of these potions costs more than 1 gold coin, and he can only exchange a few bottles for each trip. Taking advantage of the potion's effect, he picked up the firewood knife and started practicing basic swordsmanship in the yard. He only knows basic swordsmanship now, the simplest basic movements like thrusting, slashing, chopping, and picking. However, these are not important. He practices basic hammer techniques in the blacksmith shop every day, swinging a 10-kilogram hammer tens of thousands of times a day, which is much more physically demanding than basic swordsmanship and sufficient to increase his strength. Bear lay on the doorstep, watching Dole practice basic fist techniques and basic swordsmanship, his eyes slightly narrowed, recalling his childhood. It was a dark world. From the day he was born, he had to fight with his brothers for food. When he grew a little older, he needed to go outside to fight and hunt for food himself. As he grew older, he needed to fight even stronger magical beasts. Almost every day, he was on the verge of life and death. It was really difficult. Now, watching Dole without experiencing the tempering of life and death, he is already very rare. At least he has learned how to kill. Actually, watching Dole grow up is also very interesting. There is nothing fun in Doman City. There are no advanced meditation techniques or advanced fighting spirit techniques. Otherwise, he would have snatched them to watch. But now it seems that even without advanced things, Dole's talent is very suitable for embarking on the path of a wizard. When he enters the level of a first-level wizard, he will leave here and go to a wider world. Bear has already planned Dole's future path. His injuries seem to be recovering very quickly, but the more it gets to the later stages, the slower the recovery becomes. It is estimated that it will take several years. He might as well follow Dole during this time and see what this world is like. Let's just treat it as raising him, Bear thought calmly. Dole cultivated for a while, feeling the heat on his body slowly dissipating, before slowly stopping. He could clearly feel his energy and blood increasing, and the muscles on his body were expanding. The effects of the strength potion and agility potion were enormous. He slightly circulated his energy and blood, and felt that his body was full of power, his limbs and muscles bulging. He felt a sense of power he had never had before. At this stage, he knew that he would basically enter the intermediate warrior stage when he reached the bone forging and organ training stage. Next, according to what the book says, he needs to eat more meat to supplement the nutrients needed for internal organs and bones, and at the same time, use a large amount of medicinal materials to train the organs and exercise the inside. The physical fitness of a primary warrior is about twice that of an ordinary person. When he reaches the level of an intermediate warrior, it will reach about 3 times, and when he reaches the level of a high-level warrior, he will fully surpass ordinary people, at least 4 times. The gap between high-level warriors and intermediate warriors is not that big. The main thing is that high-level warriors need to train their bodies to be very complete, and then cultivate fighting spirit on this basis. After refining fighting spirit, they are first-level warriors. Fighting spirit is a symbol of becoming an extraordinary warrior. However, in this world, both fighting spirit techniques and meditation techniques are controlled by the powerful and wealthy, making it difficult to obtain them. This has led to intermediate and high-level warriors being everywhere, while formal extraordinary individuals are rare. Even if there are any, most of them come from the powerful and wealthy, such as squires. It is basically difficult for ordinary people to turn over. Most people will choose to rely on the nobles and lean against a big tree. Therefore, the nobles will become stronger and stronger, while ordinary people will become weaker and weaker. After Dole understood this, he felt a little heavy in his heart. These high-level people are really black-hearted ghosts, using every means to control ordinary people. However, he doesn't need to consider these things. It's still a little too early. After killing Ayaduo and his son, the next ones are Feller, Cayman, and that hypocritical bastard, Dis. Returning to the room, tidying up the bedding, and drinking a bottle of mental strength potion, Dole quickly entered the meditation stage. Headquarters of the Ability Association. Mossad sat on top, carefully looking at the information provided by Beach, his brow furrowed slightly. Are you sure these things are real and effective? Beach spoke softly, there were 5 intermediate wizard apprentices with me. We looked at it together, so we shouldn't be mistaken. There is another wild wizard in the mountains outside. We found the traces he left behind, as well as the equipment he once used. Although they are all broken, it can be seen that he should know potionology. If Dole were here, he would definitely be shocked beyond measure. He had just left, and he was already found. What kind of efficiency is this? That's in the vast mountains. Mossad nodded, he casually closed the information. From what you analyzed, the things left by the other party show that the highest level will not exceed an intermediate wizard apprentice. There is nothing great about it. But you guessed that they are the same as the people who stayed near the magic crystal mine before. Is there any basis for that? Beach shook his head and said, no, it's just a feeling. Mossad chuckled and said, then I'll leave this matter to you. Beach nodded. Mossad turned his gaze to the others, what is the current progress of the construction site? Where has the road been built? Mike, Tina, and Longs are responsible for this matter. The most new small say is at 6-9 book bar first release. Mike took the lead to come out and respectfully handed the information in his hand to Mossad, it's all here. There are almost 2 months left before we can reach the foot of the magic crystal mountain. I can guarantee it with the honor of my family. Mossad nodded and said, okay, I know. If possible, you can also go and help. Although magic crystals don't have a major effect on you, they are still good as spellcasting materials. They will be distributed according to merit at that time. When the 6 people heard this, their eyes lit up. Usually, when they make spellcasting materials, there are only a small amount of magic crystals. Now, if they are given a share, wouldn't they be able to throw materials at any time in the future and cast the same spells as the teacher? Thinking of this, they were all tempted. Okay, teacher, we will work hard. Mossad smiled faintly, we have relatively few magic crystal outputs here, all relying on transportation from Chris County. This magic crystal mine is the key to the rise of our Doman City Ability Association. I hope you can seize this opportunity. If one more wizard can come out, then, you yourselves, your families, can imagine what it will be like. He threw out a very tempting topic. Dole didn't know that his location had been exposed. After honestly working as a blacksmith for a few days, he slowly adapted to his strength. He can freely use the number 3 iron hammer, which marks that he is about to enter the second-level blacksmith. Of course, it's just the strength that has entered. He still needs skills. He needs to forge a second-level iron tool, whether it is a sword, a spear, or armor, or other things to prove his strength. An intermediate warrior apprentice going to be a blacksmith, plus Dole's mental strength advantage, makes it not an exaggeration for him to become a second-level blacksmith at a young age, but others don't know this situation. After learning to control his soaring strength, Dole went outside to stroll in his spare time after getting off work. The purpose of strolling is self-evident. Chapter 47. Feller belonged to the military headquarters and was under the city defense guard, a squad leader. He was also at the intermediate warrior apprentice stage, making him relatively strong. Moreover, Feller didn't always guard the city gate. He rotated every few days, one day at a time, which greatly limited Door's reconnaissance. However, he quickly found their pattern. Feller and the others rotated every 3 days, guarding for 3 days. Feller's residence at night was the barracks, but he could go home after 10 o'clock every night. Squad leaders like him had this privilege. This was also a characteristic of the military camp, which was to motivate them to improve. Moreover, those who could become soldiers basically had some background. This was the conclusion Door reached after 10 days, and after those 10 days, it was his second time taking the strength potion and agility potion. Time slowly passed for a month, and Door's strength greatly improved. He had completely surpassed the initial stage of an intermediate warrior. At this time, he was a head taller than before last year. He used to be thin and weak, looking like a tall monkey, but now he was strong and sturdy, already resembling an 18 or 19-year-old teenager. Among the many blacksmiths, he was considered a veteran. The blacksmith shop was still very busy, clanging and banging, everyone was doing their own thing. Door was also busy, he was forging a broadsword. He looked up and saw someone coming. A man in black, Cardia. Cardia was sizing him up at this time, seeming to feel very strange. Door was also a little surprised, how did he run into this guy? His serious expression couldn't help but change slightly. Cardia was even more surprised. He could see through Door's disguise. As a seasoned professional, he had a lot of experience. Is this Door? Such a big change? He watched Door silently, with a smile on his face. How should I call you? Little blacksmith brother. Hearing this, Door knew that Cardia had recognized him, so he showed his signature naive smile. My name is Lin Rui, does this sir have any business? Hearing the voice, Cardia was even more certain of Door's identity. He looked at Door's figure and was a little shocked. This guy's improvement was a bit fast. Looking at it this way, he had already reached the stage of an intermediate warrior apprentice. Cardia flashed the sword at his waist and said, it's broken, can you fix it? Door blinked. Wasn't this sword usually repaired by Varric? He was a little puzzled. Cardia naturally couldn't say that Varric had a cold today and didn't come. Others didn't have the confidence. The price of a level 3 blacksmith was too expensive, so he could only come to Mondo blacksmith shop. Anyway, both blacksmith shops were properties of the Link family. The Aoun family also had their own blacksmiths, but their skills could only be considered average. Can you fix it? Cardia asked again impatiently. Door laughed and said, yes, I can fix it, but I need some other materials, such as black refined copper. This fighting sword, in principle, was just an ordinary sword, made of a mixture of refined steel and black refined copper, ensuring both hardness and toughness. At this time, he saw that the sword was pitted and scarred all over, with cracks everywhere. It wouldn't work to repair it with just refined steel. Cardia was a little surprised. Door was so powerful now that he could even repair level 2 fighting swords? But when he thought of this guy's strangeness, he was a little relieved. Okay, I'll go find Uncle Hong. Cardia said readily. Obviously, he was also very familiar with Uncle Hong. Soon, he took out some iron ore and black refined copper. Repairing the sword was not difficult. It took a little time to finish the sword, and it was almost time to get off work. Cardia took the sword back from Anderson, carefully inspected it, and nodded secretly in his heart. It was almost perfect. This technique was basically equivalent to a level 2 blacksmith. No wonder he said he could do it. Now that it's done, do you want to go for a drink? Cardia looked at Dor with interest. Dor dismissed the apprentice, cleaned up, and said, "Okay, I'll go to the back and change my clothes first." Cardia nodded. Soon, Dor, wearing a clean set of clothes, came out from the back. The two walked together towards the city and soon arrived at a tavern. Cardia was a regular here and went straight to the private room. The waiter didn't even ask and quickly brought some wine. Dor rarely drank alcohol. First, there was no environment, and second, he would spend the money on food. Where would he get the money to drink? He also didn't like the taste of alcohol, it was the smell of drunkards on the street. Cardia poured himself a glass, and when he poured a glass for Dor, he was stopped by him. "Dor, I was looking for you for a while, I thought you were already. I didn't expect that the instigator died inexplicably a few days ago," Cardia said with some meaning. Sitting opposite Cardia, Dor was not moved by his words. The person was dead, what else could he say? "Sir, Cardia came to find me, I'm afraid it's not to talk about these things. I consider myself a nobody, I don't deserve your attention." He smiled faintly. Dor had long known Cardia's identity. The #1 fighting sword expert of the Aoun family, a transcendent swordsman. He had a high degree of freedom and could accept apprentices or establish a sect in this god-forsaken city, but so far, he was still a loner, only accepting the Aoun family's fighting sword requests. This was very unreasonable. Everyone guessed that Cardia must have another identity. This was what the blacksmiths said when they had nothing to do. Dor just heard it. Cardia looked at Dor at this time and smiled. Any profession, when it reaches the intermediate stage, needs a lot of meat and drug assistance. I believe you also know this, you should be very short of money now. Dor was stunned. What did Cardia mean by this? Did he want to give himself money to spend? He thought for a while and said, "Besides being a blacksmith, I can't do anything else. My monthly salary is not bad now. I plan to save it up and buy fighting spirit techniques in the future. If there are no drugs, then there are no drugs, I'll just be slower." This was the biggest pain point for all commoner warriors. Without resources, they could only rely on time to grind, and then slowly, they would pass the age of the most vigorous chi and blood, and finally they could only end in disappointment, forever without a chance to be transcendent. Cardia's eyes narrowed slightly, he stared carefully at Dor and said, "No, you have other ways to make money, at least you did a very good job with the Sam family's matter. It was a perfect assassination." After he said this, the fanaticism in his eyes was revealed without a doubt. Dor felt a chill in his heart. Who was this guy? Cardia looked at Dor and said, "Do you want to earn more money?" Dor thought to himself, "Here it comes, this guy's trump card is about to be revealed." He narrowed his eyes and said without hesitation, "Of course I'm willing." Cardia picked up the wine glass, smiled slyly, and said, "Follow me to a place later." Half an hour later, the sky had completely darkened. The two walked out of the bar and soon entered the darkness. They moved forward slowly and soon arrived in the northwest district. On the way, Cardia asked him to change his face, and he himself quickly changed into another face, also wearing a hood to hide himself. Dor naturally followed suit. He could see that Cardia's second profession was probably not a good one. This was still a bar, named Veen Bar. The entrance was a very inconspicuous small doorway on the street. The light was very dim and dark inside. As soon as he entered the bar, Dor felt that something was wrong, because it was summer now, and it was still a bit cold entering the bar, not the cold of temperature, but a kind of cold from the spirit. He was a magician and very sensitive to the surrounding environment. The bar's facilities were also very simple. As soon as you entered, you could see a long bar. The surrounding environment was a uniform dark black tone. The light was very dim, only able to see the surrounding environment, and that was it. Around the bar, there were not many tables distributed, and the distance between each table was very far. Chapter 48. The bar was spacious and empty. Only two people sat in opposite corners, silently drinking without any interaction. Behind the bar, a portly middle-aged man sat on a high stool, engrossed in a book. Dolly and Cardia entered, and the plump middle-aged man finally looked up. He glanced at Cardia, then at Dolly, a professional smile appearing on his face. "We have a new recruit." The smile was too fake. Dolly inwardly scoffed. Considering he was also wearing a mask, he didn't feel he had the right to mock the man. Besides, the man's aura was strange, and his intuition told him this person was dangerous, so he didn't dare speak. Cardia slowly approached and sat opposite the plump middle-aged man, saying, "Yeah, Doug, I brought a newbie. Show him around." Doug looked at Dolly, immediately discerning that he was disguised, likely with a disguise potion. "Hey!" His interest piqued. This guy was at least a beginner wizard apprentice? He smiled, picked up a ledger, and handed it to Cardia, saying, "Here are all the missions, from highest to lowest." Considering the surrounding environment and the strange atmosphere, Dolly would be a fool not to realize what this place was. He was incredibly shocked that this small tavern was actually the base of the Assassin's Guild in Doman City. His heart was pounding. This was the underground world, the most enormous behemoth, the Assassin's Guild. Every profession had its guild, except for wizards. Blacksmiths had the Blacksmiths' Guild, warriors had the Warriors' Guild, hunters had the Hunters' Guild, and knights had the Knights' Guild. Some of these guilds were semi-official, while others were purely official. For example, the Warriors' Guild was a purely official guild, with all expenses borne by the Empire. The Hunters' Guild, on the other hand, was a semi-official organization, responsible for its own profits and losses, except for reporting monthly statistics. Dolly knew all this. The Assassin's Guild, however, was a purely underground organization, the kingpin of the dark world. Cardia's second identity was actually that of an assassin. Dolly felt suffocated, and his gaze towards Cardia changed. This guy was dangerous. Cardia took the ledger, glanced at it, then shook his head, handing it to Dolly with a peculiar look, saying, "These aren't suitable for me. There should be something that interests you." Watching Dolly take the ledger, Cardia leaned casually against the bar, still smiling nonchalantly. "You should have guessed that this is the Assassin's Guild. This is the place I mentioned where you can make money. With what you did last time, this is where your abilities can truly shine." Doug glanced at Dolly, then at Cardia, wondering what the guy was talking about. What big thing had this kid done that he didn't know about? The Assassin's Guild was also an intelligence guild. It seemed like nothing major had happened recently. Just a few unremarkable people had died. Dolly held the ledger in his hand, examining it carefully, a slight weight settling in his heart. It was shocking. Each line in this small ledger represented a mission, each mission involving at least one life. Some even demanded complete extermination. On just one page, there were at least 30 lives, with prices clearly marked in silver or gold coins. This was the underground world? Dolly's heart tightened slightly. Soon, skimming through the pages, he understood what Cardia had meant earlier. Bounty, Feller, squad leader of the city gate guards, 2 gold coins. He instantly made up his mind, looked up at Doug, and carefully said, "I'll take this mission." Doug tilted his head, glanced at the mission in the ledger, and found it a bit strange. People rarely assassinated official figures because it was too troublesome afterward. They preferred assassinating fallen nobles or professionals. But as an assassin, he didn't think too much about it. He took the ledger from Dolly's hand and said, "Do you have any information on Feller?" Dolly shook his head, saying, "No, but I'll scout it out myself." He actually did have information, but he didn't dare tell the truth. In this place, he needed to be cautious. In the quiet tavern, Doug chuckled. He said to Cardia, "This little brother you brought is very interesting." Cardia remained in his lazy state, ignoring Doug and addressing the somewhat wary Dolly. "The Assassin's Guild also provides intelligence. You can buy it. Information on a squad leader usually doesn't cost more than 1 gold coin." Hearing this, Dolly was stunned. Doug picked up on Cardia's words, looking at Dolly, a knowing expression on his professional face. "Providing all services to assassins is our motto. The information on Feller isn't worth a gold coin, 50 silver coins will do. He's just a lucky nobody." Dolly was silent, wondering if this guy was hinting at something. He thought for a moment and said, "Then thank you." A 2 gold coin mission, and a quarter of it went to intelligence. This assassin business was truly profitable. After exchanging items and paying the money with Doug, the quiet tavern was silent once more, frighteningly so. Dolly glanced around, finding this place too oppressive. It seemed like this atmosphere was deliberately created to instill fear. As a person with mental abilities, he could sense something inexplicable in the surrounding world, suppressing something, and his heart felt slightly heavy. Today, he had witnessed that even human lives could be bought and sold. Slightly heavy-hearted, he quickly left the tavern with Cardia. As soon as they left the tavern, Cardia's lazy demeanor vanished, replaced by a cold and solemn expression. They quickly left the main road, turning onto another street. At this time, Cardia reverted to his original appearance, while Dolly maintained his new face. Cardia was somewhat shocked by Dolly's disguise skills, making many guesses about Dolly's methods. After entering the main road, Cardia walked along, whispering, "The Assassin's Guild also offers many services, such as money laundering, slave trading, and providing various fighting techniques, as well as some wizard meditation methods. As long as you have money, you can buy them. But remember to be careful and not flaunt your wealth." Dolly nodded. Cardia patted him on the shoulder and chuckled, "I have high hopes for you. Actually, there's a referral fee for bringing you there, so you don't have to worry about me wanting anything from you. In the future, when your strength improves, we can even team up. I'm just cultivating a teammate in advance." Dolly naturally didn't believe his words, just nodded slightly and said, "Then thank you, Lord Cardia." The two quickly parted ways. Dolly walked towards the East District. The streets were very quiet. Few people came out at night. Walking along, he hardly saw anyone, only occasionally spotting the shadows of the security patrol passing by. Although Doman City wasn't chaotic, few people walked around at night. In the dark corners and complex sewers, there could be several corpses lying at any time, a terrifying mess. No one wanted to die inexplicably outside. Dolly carefully walked back to his alley. As he turned the corner, he heard a team of security guards approaching from afar, seemingly about to meet him. His expression didn't change. He faced the patrol, walking towards them. He had already changed his attire, wearing ordinary, close-fitting clothes, leaving his head exposed. As expected, he was questioned. Chapter 49. Dory truthfully answered where he lived, where he worked, and how old he was, and then the patrol let him go. Back in the courtyard, the night was silent. Bar's figure emerged from the doorway, his shadow flickering in the darkness. "I just saw you go to the Assassin's Guild." Dory turned his head, looked at Bar, nodded, and said, "A man named Cardia led me there." Bar tilted his dog head, thought about who this person was, and then smiled. "This person is the Vice City Lord's duelist, known as the #1 duelist in Doman City. I didn't expect him to also be an assassin." Dory nodded, his heart heavy. "The water in this city is much deeper than I imagined. I accepted the mission to assassinate Feller and have already obtained his information. I will implement it soon." Bar shook his head and said, "Do as you see fit." He slowly came to the doorway, and with a whoosh, he climbed onto the wall above the doorway, and then quickly disappeared into the night. Watching Bar disappear, Dory slowly walked into the room, took out a bottle of strength potion and a bottle of agility potion, and poured them into his mouth. Waiting for the potions to slowly take effect, he practiced basic boxing techniques in the courtyard. Basic swordsmanship. Although there was no real combat, practicing more, fixing movements, and forming a fixed boxing and swordsmanship framework would be very beneficial in the future. What he was thinking about now was whether he should buy a set of ordinary martial skills to learn when he handed in the mission next time. There was really nothing to learn from basic swordsmanship, and he didn't have any real swordsmanship or boxing skills on hand. After practicing for 2 hours, until midnight, Dory had only digested a portion of the power. His muscles were bulging and his skin was tight. The potion was quite effective. These 2 bottles of potions were his last 2, and then there would be none left. 1 bottle of potion was 1 gold coin, so these 8 bottles of potions were 8 gold coins, which was quite extravagant. However, feeling the increase in strength in his body, Dory felt it was worth the money. Entering the room, he took out another bottle of elementary mental strength potion, drank it, and began to meditate. The effect of the elementary mental strength potion was no longer so obvious, but it was better than nothing, much stronger than simply cultivating on his own. Now he had visualized almost 30 coins. As he went further, the efficiency of visualization became lower and lower, and maintaining a large number of coins was also a problem. The sea of consciousness was vast and boundless, but it was still very difficult to have 30 coins existing in the sea of consciousness without letting it collapse. He had to maintain the shape of the coins at all times, which in another sense exercised his mental strength and willpower. Dory felt that he was getting more and more difficult and once thought that he was on the wrong path. However, Bar said it was okay, so he could only continue to cultivate. Soon, the night passed. Blacksmith shop during the day, strolling out in the afternoon. According to the information, Dory quickly determined Feller's general whereabouts. This guy usually had 3 places to go at night: the Soldiers' Bar, a bar opened by the military headquarters, and the military camp, which also served as a training ground. He would practice here for a while, and at about 12 o'clock in the evening, he would take the military headquarters special carriage home. The place where they lived was also very safe. It was in the Northwest District, where the nobles were located. There were a large number of security patrol personnel, and because of their status, they themselves had a certain amount of guards. Although Feller was not a nobleman, he was indeed a member of a noble descendant and had a small nest there. All around him were nobles, and the difficulty of lurking was greatly increased. Dory then remembered why most of the people on the assassination list were nobles, but they were still alive and well. The security conditions here were really too good. If he had Bar's speed, he could sneak in, kill someone, and leave, which would not be difficult, but he was not Bar. So, he needed to use his brain. Bar, military camp, home. Dory thought for several days before preparing to strike on the way to the bar. Feller didn't actually like to drink, he just liked the atmosphere. According to the information, the bar was to provide entertainment for the people of the military headquarters, providing many things: women, strong alcohol, and some strange things, such as various drugs that made people drunk, and some drugs that improve sexual performance. As a squad leader, Feller had a ban, so he naturally wouldn't play with women there, but he would occasionally drink some wine, and then take some small things back, and have intense activities with the several wives at home. This was his hobby. Dory could strike in this area. Dory had also considered aspects such as diet and water sources, because they were all supplied by special personnel, so it was not easy to strike, unless he could sneak into the Water Affairs Bureau or sneak into his home. Dory had considered these, but in the end, because they were easy to expose, they came to nothing. Soldiers' Bar. Dory ordered several glasses of wine and sat at a table, drinking listlessly. Several women passed by him, but he rejected them all. Although he was 13 years old this year, his physical growth was almost approaching a normal person, but after all, he was not an adult, and there were some things he simply could not do. As the saying goes, the hair hasn't even grown yet, which is what this stage is about. But it didn't prevent Dory from drinking. Although the Soldiers' Bar restricted soldiers from entering, Dory could come in with a little makeup, provided he had money. He had money, so he came in. The military headquarters bar was very chaotic. There were people drinking, people making trouble after getting drunk, all kinds of things. These were all their own business, as long as they didn't kill anyone. If things were broken, they were broken, anyway, someone would pay. Dory had only been there for a while when 2 such things happened: one was getting drunk and making trouble, and the other was because of a woman. That woman was actually quite beautiful, with very white skin, clearly different from the locals, with a slender figure, convex where it should be, and upturned where it should be. A tight-fitting suit better highlighted her beautiful figure. 2 officers were arguing over her. The woman herself had no will, even like a puppet, with no vitality in her eyes, but this did not prevent her appearance. This is a pitiful woman, Dory defined. He drank for a while, inadvertently looked at the door, and then his eyes lit up slightly, and then he turned his head and stopped paying attention. Feller is here. Feller and his colleagues got off work together, without even changing their clothes, and went straight here. After shouting a few times at the bar and ordering wine for his brothers, he greeted a few acquaintances warmly, and then took his people to find a table and started drinking. Dory observed for a while and soon discovered that he had asked a waiter for something and casually put it in the pocket in front of his chest. Dory took all of this in, even knowing the location of the medicine. Future pharmacy. Old Me personally received Dory, still in that very ordinary pharmacy. Dory didn't waste much time either, took out 10 bottles of elementary mental strength potion, smiled faintly: I need 4 bottles of elementary strength potion, 4 bottles of agility potion, and exchanged the rest for materials and money. Old Me nodded. This was not the first time they had traded, and the transaction was very smooth, but he found that Dory's medicinal materials this time were mixed with many strange materials. However, he didn't ask. There were originally many slightly taboo things in the wizard system. As long as they were medicinal materials, whether they were poisons or ordinary medicinal materials, he could sell them. Chapter 50. The herbs are all packed, leaving 4 gold coins. Old Me was pleased with the successful transaction. He would earn at least 2 gold coins from this deal. 2 gold coins might not be much to a wizard, but for him, 2 gold coins were still a decent sum. Dory nodded, wrapped up the items, placed them on his back, and said, "I'll come once a month from now on." Hearing this, Old Me felt relieved and became even more enthusiastic. "I'm honored. Your mental strength potion is excellent and very pure. Customers love it." Dory shook the package and said, "The strength potion is also good, but the agility potion is a bit lacking. If I didn't lack the relevant recipe, I wouldn't need them to provide it." In fact, Dory had the recipe, but he was trying to hide his abilities. Old Me nodded. Many apprentices only specialize in one type of potion. Learning another is very difficult, but exchanging what you have for what you lack is quite good. With the transaction completed, Dory left the pharmacy and quickly returned to his room, entering the alchemy lab to prepare a special potion tailored for Farrer. He had also bought some of that drug, planning to add some extra ingredients to it. He steadied himself, his expression thoughtful. Even now, he still remembered Farrer's attitude when he came lofty and domineering, with eyes that seemed to look at him as if he were already dead. Dory greatly disliked that look, which had become a nightmare in his sleep. For a mage, mental clarity is crucial. Farrer, Carmen, and Dis were like mountains blocking his path, filling him with resentment and anger, hindering his mental strength from improving. Therefore, they must die. Otto and his son were already dead. Dor's mental strength had improved once, and he earned 2 extra copper coins that day. If these 3 died, Dor's strength should increase significantly. Whether because of the nightmare or to clear his mind, these 3 scumbags had to die. Since they treated him like an ant, they shouldn't blame him for treating them the same way. After spending some time incorporating the poison into the drug, everything was ready. He wasn't flustered at all, instead, he felt very calm. Time passed, and on the 4th night, Dory changed his appearance to that of a young nobleman and went to the military tavern where Farrer worked, pretending to drink. By 10 o'clock, Farrer hadn't arrived. Dory cursed his luck inwardly. He quietly went to the North District and found that this guy wasn't home either. Where did he go? Dory decided to stake out the area. The patrol density in the North District was quite high. Dory spent most of his savings to buy an expensive outfit so that he wouldn't be questioned while walking on the street. If he were an ordinary commoner wearing ordinary clothes, he would probably be questioned immediately or arrested and beaten. He was still somewhat traumatized by the police station. At night, he hid in a tree outside, motionless, even slowing down his blood circulation. At 10 o'clock at night, the sound of hooves came from afar and soon reached the alley entrance. Many families actually lived in this alley, and Dory didn't know who was returning. Soon, he saw a delicate carriage stop at the alley entrance. 2 people got out first, then dragged a drunken figure out. It was hard to see who it was in the dark, but the person was drunk and kept talking nonsense. Dory recognized the voice as Farrer, the person he was waiting for. Looking at the 3, Dory felt neither joy nor sorrow. It seemed he would have no luck tonight. He didn't move, watching the 3 come from the alley entrance. The 2 walked and laughed, dragging Farrer along, soon reaching the door of Farrer's house. They casually left him at the door, only gently knocking before turning and leaving, seemingly unwilling to stay. As they walked, they discussed whose daughter was pretty, whose woman had a big butt, and whose daughter-in-law had big breasts, without saying a single serious word, their faces full of lewdness. Dory watched the 2 leave, then looked at Farrer lying at the door, feeling somewhat puzzled. Soon, the 2 got into the carriage and quickly disappeared into the alley entrance. At this time, Farrer's house was still dark, as if no one had heard the door knock. Dor's eyes slowly lit up, his heart beating fast. Could this be the opportunity heaven is giving me? Deeply aware of the importance of opportunity, he quietly slipped down from the tree, then crept to the door, pricked up his ears, and waited silently for a few seconds. There was no movement inside the door. Dory lowered his head, taking a deep look at Farrer at his feet. He was lying on the ground, like a pile of mud, his face unclear in the dark. This leech of the Empire. Dory acted almost without thinking, putting on gloves, turning Farrer over, then taking out the potion from his pocket, twisting open the bottle, and putting the stopper in his pocket. With some effort, he pried open Ferrer's mouth, and Dory, expressionless, poured all the potion in. Ferrer took it all, not leaving a drop, and even mumbled, "Another cup." Dory sneered, his eyes full of pleasure, thinking, "There won't be another cup." He gently laid Ferrer down, then knocked hard on the door and quickly left, standing in the darkness in the distance. After a moment, a light came on inside, and a beautiful woman in disheveled clothes came out and dragged Ferrer inside. Seeing this, Dory quietly moved away, feeling that one more thing was off his mind, and his spirit was much more active. Leaving the alley entrance, Dory breathed a sigh of relief. He straightened his clothes, then pretended to be nonchalant and slowly left the North District. Next would be Carmen and Dis. Only these two were left. Dis sat in the director's office, listening to the military's report, his face full of helplessness. A squad leader of the city guards died on his own wife's belly. What was there to investigate? Weren't those damn corrupt guards all the same? I hope the police station can take over this matter. After all, solving cases is not within the scope of our military. Although Ferrer's death was not very glorious, the police station also needs to investigate. The military's position itself was higher than the police station's, so the speaker's tone was naturally more assertive. Ferrer's death was too disgraceful, so the military decided to end Ferrer's sinful life in a more dignified way. Police Inspector Moreno of the police station nodded and said, "Don't worry, Gray, we will handle this matter beautifully." Gray shrugged and nodded, "Then I'll leave it to you." Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Gray quickly left. Only Dis and Police Inspector Moreno were left in the office. Dis stared at Moreno expressionlessly and said, "Inspector, what should we do?" Hadith curled his lips, "Do as usual." Dis's face twitched slightly, "I'll go and do it." He slowly got up and walked out of the office. Doing as usual meant finding a scapegoat and faking a murder. Give Ferrer's family a pension, otherwise, the military would have objections. The nobles all valued face, especially the military. Corruption was rampant, yet they still needed face. Screw their face. But what needed to be done still had to be done. Dis returned to his office and called Carmen over, "The higher-ups have assigned a task. Take care of it." He threw the information to Carmen. Carmen didn't care much, only glanced at it and knew what was going on, grinning, "Leave it to me." 2 days later, Dory disguised himself and quietly came to the entrance of the Assassin Guild's bar. Looking at the deep, dark entrance, he felt a little apprehensive, but he still walked in. Although 2 gold coins were few, even a mosquito leg was still meat. Moreover, he would have to deal with them often in the future. Once his strength increased, taking on a mission for 30, 50, or even 100 gold coins wouldn't be difficult. Entering the bar, it was still dim inside. Under the dim yellow light, a few people sat scattered around. He glanced at those people, and they were also looking at him. Then he nonchalantly walked to the front desk. Chapter 51. Doug also saw Dor. He recognized Dor and was slightly surprised. The little guy introduced by Claudia had some skills. "Feller is dead." The official announcement was that he died from homicide, and the criminal was caught. It was a petty thief who has already been executed. But only Doug and the people from the Assassin's Guild knew that Feller was killed by someone else. He didn't expect this kid to really have what it takes to be an assassin, silently killing someone without him having to take responsibility. Looking at Dor walking over, he gave a thumbs up and said, "Well done. I can't help but congratulate you." Sitting in front of Doug, Dor was expressionless. "No need to be polite. It's my duty. I'm here to submit the task." Doug looked at Dor, took out 2 gold coins, then remembered something. He took one of the gold coins back and took out 80 silver coins, saying, "As the introducer, Claudia has a cut of 20 silver coins until you complete 3 tasks. The cut ends then." Dor blinked. "The introducer also gets a cut?" However, he didn't ask, put the money away, and said, "I'll see if there are any other tasks." Doug took out the book and handed it to Dor, saying, "These are all level 1 tasks. According to the points system, you have to complete 3 level 1 tasks or more before you can access level 2 tasks. Assassinating Feller is only a level 1 task." Dor widened his eyes. Doug nodded, acting like an old sage, "That's right. The rewards for level 1 tasks all start with gold coins. What about level 2 tasks?" Dor didn't speak, but stared at Doug, then lowered his head and started looking. Just then, Dor felt someone standing behind him. The fragrance of orchids entered his nostrils. It was a woman. I have a level 2 task. Could you help me? A husky, magnetic female voice came from behind. Dor turned his head and glanced. It was a person wearing a cloak, completely shrouded in black clothes, making it impossible to see her face. He turned his head back and glanced at Doug. Doug shrugged, looking at the person in black. He naturally knew who it was and knew what task she had accepted. If you trust others, you can also invite them to do it together. It's just that the reward distribution needs to be negotiated by yourselves. Our Assassin's Guild allows teaming up. Dor's doubts were resolved. He glanced at Doug, put down the book in his hand, and then said to the woman, "Let's talk first." Although the woman's voice was disguised to be very weathered and hoarse, it didn't sound old. Dor thought he could find out more. The woman said, "Okay." Dor followed the woman and walked towards a corner, quickly sitting at a table. Just then, Dor discovered that there was a strange power near this table that could block the transmission of sound. This Assassin's Guild has some tricks. The woman opposite took off the cloak from her head, revealing a woman of 18 or 19 years old. Her appearance was very ordinary, but her eyes were bright. Her skin was very fair, not like a warrior class. Could it be another class? Or, like him, a wizard class? Dor became more vigilant, wondering if this was someone sent by the Imperial Ability Association to test the Assassin's Guild. Although he had never experienced such a thing, he had seen similar plots in Neri's novels. People's hearts are complex and unpredictable. It's good to be more careful. The woman looked at Dor, also sizing him up, but she quickly discovered that she had indeed never seen him before. She raised her hand, put it to her mouth, coughed lightly, and her voice returned to normal. Her clear voice opened faintly, "I have a task here that I can't complete alone. I want to invite you to do it together. The reward is 10 gold coins, 5 for each of us." What task is worth 10 gold coins? Dor was a little surprised. You should know that ordinary people don't earn that much money in their entire lives. Converted into copper coins, that's 100,000? The woman gently pursed her lips and said, "Kill a fallen nobleman." Dor frowned. Feller, as an ordinary person living near the noble district, was already difficult to kill, let alone killing a real nobleman. That's like committing a crime near the Northwest District. He thought for a while and said, "Is there any detailed information?" The woman looked at Dor with bright eyes, "Yes, but you have to be sure to team up with me before I can share it with you." Dor felt that this was meaningless. Killing a nobleman was no joke. What is a nobleman? The understanding of nobles in this world is that they are born noble people. The empire has a monthly allowance every month, although not much, but it is much more than the poor. Nobles are qualified to participate in politics, are qualified to stuff people into the military and police departments, install their own people, eyeliners, etc., and most importantly, nobles have the right to recruit soldiers and can have private guards and are protected by law. The ultimate destination of many warrior classes is to be a guard in the hands of nobles. Dor's mouth twitched slightly, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. "I won't do things I'm not sure about." "Then you can find someone else." The woman bit her lip. She had spent a lot of money to buy this information. If Dor saw it and went to kill the nobleman himself, wouldn't she be left empty-handed? Having been in the Assassin's Guild for so long, she still understood some things. But Dor's request was not wrong. He needed to judge the gains and losses. The situation between the two was obviously a paradox. Seeing that the woman didn't compromise, Dor apologized and left the seat, heading to the counter. Just then, at another counter, a burly man stood up and invited Dor with unfriendly eyes. "Kid, join my team. I'll give you 20% of the task reward." Although he revealed his face, his whole body was still under a black robe, making it impossible to see his figure clearly, but Dor didn't like his face, so he shook his head. The man's face suddenly became quite ugly. "You don't know what's good for you." Dor narrowed his eyes and looked at the man with the eyes of a dead man. "Say that again." At this time, Dor already had several lives on his back, naturally exuding a murderous aura and killing intent. Coupled with his mental power, which was far greater than ordinary people, the killing intent rushed over, and the man was immediately shocked. The man was startled and didn't dare to underestimate Dor, closed his mouth, and sat down dejectedly. Seeing this, Doug felt it was very interesting. The kid introduced by Claudia was very interesting, a wizard, hee. In the corner, the woman watched the conflict between Dor and the man and bit her lip. This guy is quite strong. He actually made Black Dog compromise. If she wasn't mistaken, this guy should be a wizard apprentice, like herself? It's just, what's going on with the murderous aura on him? It seems like he's killed more than one person. Although the name of the Assassin's Guild is loud, most assassins don't live past 3 or 4 tasks before they die. Usually, what you see are basically newcomers. It's already very impressive for a newcomer to be able to do this. She gritted her teeth, got up from the seat, and before Dor reached the bar, quickly walked over and said, after taking a breath, I'm willing to share the information with you. This time, she used a hoarse voice again. Dor curled his lips and said, I'm not interested. You can find someone else. He could see that this girl had concerns and didn't trust him. Such a person cannot be a teammate. He continued to walk slowly towards the bar. Just then, he felt something in his hand, soft and warm, like an electric shock. Turning his head, he found that the woman had reached out and grabbed his hand. Dor was a little confused. Chapter 52. The woman looked at Dol without blinking. I'm sincere this time. Dol's parents had passed away several years ago. He had been alone all this time. Being held by the hand like that did indeed remind him of many things. He inconspicuously let go, leaving the warmth of her palm. His eyes narrowed slightly. All right. The girl's changing voice had served as a reminder. This was a form of disguise, and he could do the same. The two of them returned to the corner again. The girl's tone returned to normal, and she said urgently, the noble we're going to kill is a fallen noble with only one guard, who also acts as a butler. This is the information. She took out several pieces of paper and placed them in front of Dol. She wasn't looking for a teammate on a whim. She had been here for several days and had seen other people, but they were all no good. She only felt a spark when she saw Dol. Older assassins had complicated minds, and she couldn't trust them at all. Dol looked at the woman's face for a moment before picking up the information and carefully reading it. The target they were going to assassinate was a minor noble named Bundy. He had a habit of abusing maids and had played several of them to death. The elder brother of one of the maids was a captain in the military. After this was discovered, the two families became enemies. Bundy was a noble, while the maid's brother was just a commoner. Under the dual pressure of the military and the nobility, the brother had no choice but to compromise. However, he couldn't swallow his anger, so he saved up for many years and spent all his gold coins to offer a reward for Bundy's head. The girl accepted this mission because this Bundy was guilty and was simply the common enemy of all women. Bundy's address, family members, and usual habits were clearly marked on it. Dol frowned after only a few glances. I have things to do during the day and can only operate at night. Although there's a lot of information, I need to scout it out myself. Let's share the mission first. I don't want to act alone. The risk of assassinating a noble was too great, and he didn't want to act alone. Hearing about sharing the mission, the girl relaxed and said, okay, I can go with you then. You can call me Lily. Without thinking, Dol said, you can call me Adu. Neither of them used their real names. Afterward, Lily handed Dol a slip of paper with an address on it. The two agreed on where to meet after they were ready. Dol glanced at it and put the slip of paper in his pocket. After leaving the Assassin's Guild, Dol quickly disappeared into the darkness. As a wizard, Dol could feel several gazes on him, and then as he moved, those gazes disappeared. Assassin's Guild. Dol knew that Cardia's invitation for him to join the Assassin's Guild was not made with good intentions, but he didn't have much of a way to refuse. The Assassin's Guild had too many things he needed: magic, battle chi, all kinds of information. These were all necessary. After completing a mission, Dol automatically became a one-star assassin, but he was all too clear about what kind of place the Assassin's Guild was. It was full of assassins, all reckless people who would risk their lives for money. He needed to be careful at all times and couldn't trust anyone. Dol wasn't excited about receiving a reward of a little over 1 gold coin. A one-star mission was still a bit shabby for a mage. It was far less than what he could earn by refining mental strength potions. Alchemy was a powerful foundation that a wizard should master because it was a legitimate way to make money, although it was still shady. Fortunately, he still knew old Mike. Dol quickly became famous at the blacksmith shop. He entered the intermediate warrior apprentice stage early and soon started using the number 4 hammer. The large hammer, when wielded in his hands, gave people a great sense of pressure. Of course, in normal circumstances, the number 3 hammer was still easier to use. Most second-level blacksmiths used the number 3 hammer, while the number 4 hammer was commonly used by third-level blacksmiths. Dole's rapid advancement to a second-level blacksmith was quite shocking at Mondo Blacksmith's shop. Even Harley, who knew the details, couldn't help but feel a bit apprehensive. How did this guy cultivate? Where did he buy the medicine? This cultivation progress was clearly not that of an ordinary person, even faster than a noble. However, he also knew that Dole wasn't a bad person and didn't have any bad intentions. He just wanted to live quietly, so he let him be. Even if he was causing trouble, as long as he didn't cause trouble at the blacksmith shop, he would let him be. After advancing to a second-level blacksmith, Dole felt full of power every day he worked at the forge. His blood and energy surged, and his bones slowly became dense and tough under the influence of his body, gradually moving towards becoming an advanced warrior apprentice. Speaking of which, there was also a small regret. As his blood and energy increased and his body functions became vigorous, it became difficult for him to enter meditation every night. His blood and energy were too strong, and every time his heart beat, he felt a tremor throughout his body. This confused Dole. Because in Nerali's biography, he never seemed to have had such concerns and seemed to have had smooth sailing all the way. Dole didn't care too much about it and tried to suppress the rhythm of his body's blood and energy with his mental strength. It was okay at first, but later, as his blood and energy became more and more vigorous, this method didn't work. Dole had to stop taking strength potions and agility potions. According to Bale, it was more suitable for him to walk the path of a wizard, and battle chi could be put on hold for now. Soon, half a month passed. Mountain City in July was still not hot. The evening breeze was still a bit chilly. There were very few people on the streets at night, only 1 or 2 pedestrians passing by in a hurry. Dole put on his clothes, a black robe, and slowly walked towards the slums. Soon, he arrived at the slums. Almost without searching, he came to the door of a small house and gently knocked 5 times. The small door creaked open, which was obviously quite jarring in the silent night. Dole felt slightly heavy in his heart and walked into the small door. There was nothing in the house. The ground was full of garbage. A black figure stood at the door. It was shrouded in black clothes, with a cloak and a black hat on its head, so it was impossible to see whether it was male or female. "You've come." A crisp female voice sounded. Dole nodded. He lifted the hood on his head, revealing Addo's face, and said, "I'm ready. When are we going to scout, or are we going to scout separately?" Lily glanced at Dole through a layer of gauze. She gently removed the cloak from her head, revealing an ordinary face, the same one from the Assassin's Guild last time. Dole smelled a scent at this time, the scent of disguise potion. Lily looked at Dole and said with certainty, "Are you a wizard apprentice?" Dole chuckled, "You smelled it too." Lily sighed and said, "Yes, I'm also a wizard apprentice. We may be working together for a long time in the future. Let me tell you about myself first. One of my ancestors was a wizard. I only became a wizard when I was rummaging through my ancestors' belongings. It's just that it's too difficult to advance as a wizard, so I ventured out. What about you?" She looked at Dole with bright eyes. Dole's expression didn't change. He had long suspected that this woman was a wizard apprentice, because whether it was a hunter, an assassin, or a warrior, their blood and energy couldn't be so weak. He had sensed it that day at the Assassin's Guild. He thought for a while and said, "I found a book with a way to become a wizard, but it only goes up to the advanced level. It doesn't say how to become a level 1 wizard, so I'll have to find a way to become a level 1 wizard myself in the future." The two of them openly explained themselves to each other, which was considered to lay the foundation for mutual trust. Lily didn't speak. She had a way to become a level 1 wizard, but it cost too much money and she couldn't afford it at all. Moreover, so far, she had no source of funds other than the Assassin's Guild. However, since everyone was a wizard and couldn't be seen in the light, Lily relaxed. Wizards could only trust wizards, and no one else could be trusted. "Since we're both wizards, can I take the liberty to ask, how did you advance?" Chapter 53. Dory rolled his eyes. "Are you a newbie? Do you even need to ask that?" Then, he shook his head and said softly, "It's difficult for a wizard apprentice to advance, even more difficult than for a warrior. You and I both know this. What I can do, you might not be able to. My methods might not suit you, and I don't want to pry into your methods either. Besides, this is only our second meeting, and we don't have a foundation for cooperation. He directly pointed out the key issue. Lily sighed and nodded. Then let's not talk about that. We'll have plenty of time in the future. Let's talk about Bundy's matter. Starting today, I'll have time every evening this month. Should we investigate together, or separately? Dory didn't like cooperating with others and immediately said, let's investigate separately based on the existing information. After 5 days, no matter how much we've learned, let's meet here again to discuss what to do next, all right? Being wizards, their minds reacted exceptionally quickly. Lily nodded immediately. That was what she had been thinking too. They didn't have a foundation of trust, so it was better to take it one step at a time. Seeing her nod, Dory said, good, then let's leave first. We'll meet here on the 10th. He turned to leave. Just then, Lily reached out and grabbed Dory's hand. He felt that familiar warm and soft sensation again. Dory stopped, puzzled. She seemed to really like holding his hand. Lily said somewhat embarrassedly, I don't have much disguise potion left. Could you sell me some? I'll pay you. Feeling the warmth in his hand, Dory subtly squeezed it lightly and chuckled. I thought you were going to do something. Disguise potion is very easy to make. I'll give you 2 jars. He rummaged in his robes, took out 2 bottles, placed them in the girl's hand, then released her hand and quietly left. The fact that she could come to him and that he had the ability to help was the first step in building trust. Disguise potion was actually a cream, packed in small jars. It was very easy to make, but the ingredients were hard to find, especially for people living in the city. Holding the disguise cream in her hand, Lily sighed in her heart as she watched Dory's departing figure. She had originally planned to buy it, but she didn't expect him to just give it to her. She owed him a favor. At the same time, she also learned a truth: he knew how to make potions. It was difficult to make disguise cream herself, but he offered to give it to her. Clearly, he had a talent for potion making. Seeing how young he was and how quickly he had advanced, he should also be able to make mental strength potions. She just didn't know where he got the herbs from. If he could make mental strength potions, could she buy some from him? Just thinking about the price of mental strength potions made Lily tremble. The money she got from completing one Tier 2 mission was only enough to buy 5 bottles, and that was it. Being a wizard was too expensive. She didn't have the talent for practicing potion making. Otherwise, with the basic potion making knowledge passed down from her ancestors, she wouldn't have to worry about this. After Dory went out, he changed into another set of clothes in another place. These were high-end goods he had bought for a gold coin. Unlike ordinary linen clothes, they were real silk clothes, cool and comfortable to wear, and felt great against the skin. He relied on these clothes to run around in the North District without fear of strict inspections. Ordinary people couldn't afford this kind of clothes. Only the powerful and wealthy could afford them. This was common knowledge for every social class. Having changed his clothes, Dory pretended to be a nobleman and quickly came to a wide avenue. On both sides of the avenue were the homes of nobles. Unlike the narrow alleys of the East District, each alley here could accommodate at least 4 or 5 carriages side by side, almost the same as Duiman Avenue's main road. Coming to the vicinity of the Bundy nobles' residence, Dory hid in the shadows and carefully observed, comparing it with the information and verifying the details. Nobles had the right to recruit soldiers. There would be many guards in the residence. With a wizard's keen senses, it was easy to feel the huge blood energy wandering around, so he didn't dare to get too close, fearing that he would be discovered. At this time, he somewhat envied Nerui. He had obtained a cloak with extremely strong concealment abilities early on, and with his shadow talent, he could hide at any time. It would be great if I had a shadow talent or concealment equipment, Dory complained in his heart. He had the elementary magic array studies that Bale gave him. As long as he was willing to put in the effort to learn, he would be able to make concealment equipment himself after becoming a high-level wizard apprentice. But now he was only an intermediate apprentice, and his mental strength couldn't even extend outside his body, let alone to the magic array pen. Magic array studies were simply impossible to use. Dory didn't dare to stay near the noble's residence for too long. After confirming it twice and finding that it basically matched the information, he began to scout the surrounding terrain. It had to be said that the security here was too good. The police patrolled layer upon layer. It was too difficult to kill someone here. Dory felt incredibly. As an intermediate wizard and not an agility-based hunter or assassin, even reconnaissance felt somewhat difficult, let alone killing someone. Soon, 5 days passed. On the night of July 10, Dory, wearing ordinary clothes, came to the slums and quickly met Lily. Today, she wasn't wearing the clothes that wrapped her up tightly. Instead, she used another face. If Dory's mental strength hadn't been keen and sensed that this person was Lily, he might have given her a sword out of the blue. In the slums, Lily looked at Dory and sighed. I investigated through another channel, and the information is indeed correct. It's just that the patrol is too dense in that area of the North District, making it difficult to kill him. Dory also nodded and said, if we were both advanced warrior apprentices, we might have a way, but our current strength is too weak. Lily was somewhat surprised. Dory was indirectly saying that he was an intermediate warrior apprentice, revealing his background. But this guy, with his beautiful muscles and bronze skin, could be seen at a glance to be a warrior. Who would have thought he was a wizard? She thought for a moment and said, advanced wizard is too difficult. I've been cultivating for 3 years and only just reached advanced wizard. It's said that those noble wizards advance very quickly, but even after reaching advanced wizard apprentice, advancement is still very, very slow. Advancing to a formal wizard is even more difficult. Dory didn't care. He could make mental strength potions himself, and with his good talent, advancing to advanced wouldn't be difficult. The difficult part was not being discovered. The most difficult thing for wild wizards was not being discovered as a wizard. Let's not talk about that. What we're discussing now is how to kill Bundy. If we can't kill him in their house, then we can kill him outside. We can start with his activity route. Don't nobles have territories? We can strike on the road. Dory quickly changed his thinking. That's the only way. Bundy works for the Relief Society and has a fixed route to and from work every day. Occasionally, he'll be invited to other nobles' parties. We can only try our luck, Lily said. Although she was a killer, she didn't use her brain much. The main government departments of Diamond City were basically located in the central area of the city center. It only took a short time to return from the central area to the noble North District, and the roads in the middle were very wide, making it difficult to ambush them on the road. That's why Dory thought of waiting for him to go to his territory to strike. Nobles all had territories. Although Diamond City was a mountain city, there were still many small towns outside the city under the management of Diamond City. Just then, Lily said, I have a way to scare animals. I used this method several times before to create chaos and then secretly kill the target. Chapter 54. In the darkness, Dora looked at Lily with some surprise. Did she have this trick up her sleeve? If she could really do it, it would be worth planning. Wizards in the apprentice stage, except for advanced wizard apprentices, basically have no means of fighting enemies. They rely only on wisdom and various magic potions. Even alchemy can only be done after becoming an advanced apprentice. Dora couldn't imagine what Lily had that could affect livestock. He guessed she was probably using some kind of magic potion. Whether it's ordinary livestock, carriage horses, or other high-endurance, high-stamina beasts of burden, their structure and physiology are different from humans. Their sense of smell, taste, and hearing are easily affected. Lily would probably start from these aspects. As a wizard, thinking comes first, so Dora had many guesses. If this can be used as a means, then it's worth planning. When the time comes, whether it's causing large-scale chaos or small-scale disturbances, we can carry out close-range assassinations. I'll find a way to get a crossbow and some poison, and this might work. Dora quickly formed a concept of assassination in his mind. Lily was a little surprised to hear this. You can get a crossbow. Dora nodded and said, yes, but crossbows are not easy to carry. We can only act at night. Lily sighed and said, if I had known you could get a crossbow, we could have killed him a few days ago, that human scum. Okay, now that we have a crossbow, we can do this. As a nobleman, Bundy's travel plans were generally not fixed, but nobles had many activities, and they had many opportunities. Intermediate apprentices didn't have any long-range attack methods, which was the key reason why Lily's mission had been delayed. Ordinary assassins were unwilling to take such a big risk to assassinate a nobleman, while higher-level assassins didn't want to take the risk and look down on the money. Only the two of them, intermediate wizard apprentices who were relatively short of money, were willing to do this. Crossbows were mandatory controlled items, and control was very strict. Even nobles couldn't own them. Only the military department was qualified to own such things, not even the police department. Dor could get a crossbow because he was a blacksmith and had repaired countless crossbows. He could even assemble one himself with the discarded parts, so getting a crossbow was not difficult. What he was most concerned about was the intelligence issue. Lily didn't have long-range means. After the two discussed it, as long as they had a crossbow, this matter would not be difficult to complete. After all, Bundy had many opportunities to travel, and there were more opportunities to kill him. Time passed slowly. A few days later, Dor got a crossbow and quietly took it from the blacksmith. He found a few open and deserted places to practice a few times at night. After confirming his accuracy, he notified Lily to prepare for action. As an intermediate warrior apprentice, Dor's strength was enough to control the crossbow. Bundy was a relatively obese middle-aged man with his eyes narrowed into slits, giving people a sinister feeling when he smiled. He was a recognized baron of the empire, although only the lowest level, but he was still a nobleman, with a fixed salary every month and the right to recruit 5 private soldiers. Even the lowest level baron had a small territory, a small town on the road to Chris County. Every month, he could collect more than 50% of the taxes from the town. Of this 50%, 40% needed to be handed over to the city lord, and only 10% was for himself. Therefore, Bundy raised the tax to 70%. However, he rarely went to the town, only taking the money every month. As for whether the territory was good or bad, it had nothing to do with him. Eating, drinking, and being able to mingle with other nobles, and playing with women, this was the life of an ordinary petty nobleman. July 20th was the birthday of a viscount of the Lake family, and he was invited to attend. Although his reputation was terrible, he liked to play with servants and even offended many people, but after all, he was a nobleman, and he would still receive invitations. The Lake family was the third family in Doman City, second only to the City Lord Link family and the Deputy City Lord Orn family. They had strong financial resources and powerful forces, and controlled many resources. Their business in mines, furs, medicinal materials, etc. occupied a considerable share. Therefore, he still had to go to the Lake family's invitation. If he could latch onto this tie, his life would change greatly. In addition to the Lake family's relatively large power, there was another important factor, which was that he could see many beautiful noble women at the banquet. It would be great if he could hook up with a few. This was the key reason why Bundy wanted to go. No matter who it was, whose daughter he could stay with for a few nights, that would be the most wonderful thing in life. The banquet started at 6 p.m. and ended at 10 p.m. After a few hours, Bundy didn't get his wish, but he gained the favor of a few noble women, which was slightly satisfying. After the banquet ended, everyone slowly left. Bundy didn't leave late. There were even other carriages behind him, with strange smiles on their faces, showing that they had a good time. After greeting the other nobles, Bundy got into the carriage and soon entered the avenue. Comfortably lying in the carriage, he took his hand out and put it next to his nose, taking a deep breath. It was the scent of purple jasmine, belonging to a viscount's wife, so fragrant. The coachman knew Bundy's temper, so the carriage was not fast, but very slow. Another word for slow is steady. The carriage slowly entered the avenue and drove slowly. When it reached the main avenue, it soon arrived in the northwest district and entered a side road after passing a few avenues. The coachman was familiar with the road, and the horses didn't even need to be directed, automatically walking into the alley in front of his house. The carriage slowly entered the alley. At this moment, the leading horse suddenly startled, reared up, and then ran forward frantically like a wild horse. On the other two sides of the carriage, the other 3 horses were affected by the first horse and followed forward frantically. The coachman tried hard to pull the reins, but it was useless. The 4 horses rushed wildly along the avenue. Bundy was awakened from his sleep by the sudden vibration. He was slightly drunk, and a trace of sweat appeared on his head. At this time, the carriage accelerated frantically, and he fell backward violently, his head hitting the wood behind him. "Damn it, what kind of driving is this? Stop, stop!" Bundy immediately shouted. The coachman was also panicked at this time. "Sir, no, the horses are frightened, I can't control them, you should jump down quickly." Bundy immediately understood what was going on when he heard this. The horses were frightened. Where would frightened horses know to run? He was also an intermediate warrior. Although he didn't exercise often, he was still in good shape. He tried to control his body and poked his head out of the carriage. He saw that the 4 horses that he usually fed well were now crazy and completely out of control. He cursed inwardly, tried to control his body, came to the side of the carriage shaft, aimed at a flat ground, and immediately jumped down. After rolling a few times on the ground, Bundy controlled his body. At this time, the surrounding patrol also discovered the situation and ran towards the carriage. An out-of-control carriage was shaking wildly on the street and could cause an accident at any time. One of them came to Bundy and asked carefully, "Lord Bundy, are you okay?" Bundy ignored himself and immediately shouted loudly, "I'm fine, chase the carriage." The carriage was a considerable investment. If it was broken, he would have to ride another broken carriage, which he couldn't bear. Chapter 55. Nobles value face the most. If a person's carriage is subpar and can't be driven in front of others, becoming the subject of pointing and whispering, it's not just a loss of face, but a complete loss of everything. Seeing the surrounding patrol team chasing after them, Bundy relaxed. He vigorously shook his head to sober up and slowly headed home. It was just eating and drinking, but unexpectedly, this happened. What bad luck! In a dark corner, Dole watched the scene unfold in the darkness, feeling somewhat surprised. Lily's move was quite something, it was perfectly in line with the plan. They had split into 2 groups, one at the end of the road and one in the middle, having planned everything in advance. He really jumped out of the carriage. Dole was lying in ambush in the middle of the road, dressed in grey, practically invisible in the darkness unless carefully observed. He hid in the roadside ditch. At this moment, he slowly raised his head, a cold glint in his eyes in the darkness. Bundy was still far away, he needed to walk slowly. Dole wasn't in a hurry. Dole quietly lay in ambush, slowly moving forward. After a while, Bundy slowly reached the center of the road, walking with a twist, as if he had injured his leg. Just then, Dole arrived not far behind Bundy, about 10 meters away. He breathed a sigh of relief, quietly took out the crossbow from behind, aimed, and pulled the trigger. In the darkness, a subtle, almost inaudible sound was emitted. Bundy in front suddenly paused, then fell to the ground, silent throughout the entire process. Seeing this, Dole quickly got up from the stinky ditch, bent his body close to the ground, and ran towards Bundy. As he ran, he disassembled the crossbow, hung it on his body, then put on gloves and took out a short sword from his waist. He quickly arrived in front of Bundy, squatted down, and looked him over. The guy was indeed down, his neck pierced by the bolt, one hand clutching his neck, his eyes wide open. In those 10 seconds, he had actually died. "You got off easy." Dole quickly pulled out the crossbow bolt, then compared it to the position of the bolt and forcefully thrust the short sword in, damaging the wound. After finishing all this, he roughly searched his body, creating the appearance of a robbery. About 20 seconds later, Dole quickly fled back to the stinky ditch, then slowly headed towards the road entrance along the ditch. In the darkness, all was silent. It was as if nothing had happened here, only the distant neighing of horses and shouts of people were unusually clear. Before long, 2 figures appeared one after the other at the entrance of the slum, exchanged a hand signal, and then quickly disappeared. Everything went smoothly. After changing clothes and makeup in the slum, Dole quickly returned to his house. At this time, Bale had been waiting at the door for a long time. He stretched out his claws and greeted Dole. A faint voice sounded, "You're more like a real assassin than a real assassin. The crime scene you fabricated is flawless. I didn't even think you could achieve this level at this stage." Dole knew it was easy for Bale to monitor him. He waved his hand and casually walked into the courtyard. He took out the crossbow from under his clothes and said, 10 gold coins, 10 bottles of potion, don't waste them. Fabricating the scene, isn't that the basic principle of an assassin? Bale looked at Dole in surprise. "Oh ho, you really think of yourself as an assassin? Very few real wizards become assassins, it's too degrading." It shook its head and said, "Wizards can easily practice a few kinds of potions and refine some energy items, which is much better than killing people." Dole shrugged, his face a little unsightly. "If I go out now and tell people that I can refine magic potions, I'll probably be treated terribly instead of being a guest of honor." Bale also knew this was true, so he didn't argue with Dole. "You little brat, you have a pretty flexible brain." He thought for a while and said, "I'll go to the Assassin's Guild later and see if there are any books on assassin self-cultivation for you." Dole grinned and said, "Thank you then, but don't get caught." Bale immediately scoffed, "Heh heh." In the night, Dis touched his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. Bundy's death originally had nothing to do with him. That defense area was the responsibility of another person, and he was a noble himself. But these commoner constables could only intimidate commoners, they had no way to deal with these nobles and were directly pulled in as conscripts. These parasites are useless at solving cases, but they're top-notch at collecting money. Being pulled out of bed, Dis was already unhappy. Bundy's body was in the middle of the road. Although they said it was a premeditated robbery, with the knife stabbed into the neck, Dis couldn't believe it. Not to mention that commoners wouldn't dare to rob nobles, even if they did, it wouldn't be so coincidental. Why didn't those patrolling the streets notice anything suspicious? He led his men from afar and quickly arrived next to the body. A constable in a gorgeous uniform had been waiting beside him for a long time. Seeing Dis, he frowned and said, "Dis, you're our detective. Can you help me see what's going on? I always feel something is strange." Although he used a requesting tone, his tone was very arrogant. Dis's mouth twitched as he looked at the other party without speaking. He lowered his head, put on gloves, and began to examine the body. It was difficult to see clearly in the dark, so he had to observe carefully. Carmen lit a torch beside him. Soon, he frowned. Indeed, it was similar to what he had imagined. It wasn't close combat, not even a sneak attack. Even if it was a sneak attack, Bundy, this minor noble, would have had reaction time. He clearly didn't react at all and died instantly. Moreover, the body had been tampered with, it was impossible to tell which direction the attack came from or where the enemy came from. He carefully examined the wound, but unfortunately, he couldn't see anything from the wound. But what was certain was that the wound was wrong. The most new small say in 6-9 book bar first hair. It looked like a short sword, but where would a short sword go in from this posture? This wasn't an assassination technique, very inconsistent with assassins, even inconsistent with any profession's technique. He pondered for a moment and stated his conclusion. The surroundings were silent. Bundy's death caused a great disturbance among the nobles. No matter what, Bundy was also a noble, recognized by the Empire, a person above people. Unlike the deaths of Feller, Otto, and others, Bundy's death caused a great sensation. Being robbed and killed was a major incident in Diamond City. Therefore, the police department, the military department, and the security department dispatched forces simultaneously to conduct a large search of Diamond City, making a great commotion. For a time, Diamond City was in an uproar. However, this kind of search was destined to be meaningless, at most just ferreting out some insignificant petty thieves. Dole still went to work as usual during the day, got off work as usual, forged iron, and exercised his strength. However, he was now restraining the intensity of his exercise because he had discovered that the vastness of his chi and blood greatly affected the wizard's meditation, and Baal had long warned him that his warrior talent was very ordinary and his wizard talent was stronger. Unless the wizard advances to the next level, the warrior side should not be trained for now. After becoming a second-level blacksmith, Dole's side was also relatively relaxed, no longer as busy as before. According to the blacksmith's rules, he was now starting to save money to buy the dochi art. These were all just appearances. However, Dole still attracted a lot of attention. Such a young blacksmith was still very eye-catching, receiving a lot of attention on weekdays, and even being promised many things and poached. Even Uncle Hong praised Dole and taught him some other skills, such as observing, vibrating, checking the quality of the embryo, and some technical techniques of vibration, such as intermediate hammer techniques. Half a month later, in mid-August, the weather became slightly sultry. After getting off work in the afternoon, Dole habitually glanced at a corner of the roadside. There was a mark there that had been added at some unknown time. Seeing this, he pretended to be fine and walked towards the slum. Soon, he came to the door of another marked house, knocked on the door, knocking 5 times. The door opened quickly, and Dole slipped inside. Lily breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Dole. She took out a money bag from her waist, poured out 10 gold coins, and handed them to Dole. Chapter 56. Dory didn't even count, and pocketed the gold coins. He looked at Lily, feeling he understood this girl somewhat. Although it was just one mission, their cooperation was good, and they had a foundation of trust. Lily looked at Dory and took out 2 more gold coins. "I want a mental strength potion." Although she used a question, her tone was assertive. Dory didn't know why Lily would know he could concoct mental strength potions, and he stared at her. "Why would you say that?" Lily bit her lip and said, I wasn't sure at first, but after you said that, I believe it. Dory was silent. This older sister was trying to trick him. He thought for a moment, then took out a bottle of mental strength potion, saying, okay, but I can only concoct mental strength potions. I can't make anything else, I don't have the ingredients. He implicitly admitted the fact that he knew potion making, which was also a basis for trust. Looking at the mental strength potion in Dory's hand, Lily excitedly took it. After several years of cultivation, she finally saw the potion, and there was hope of entering the advanced wizard apprentice stage. Her voice became hoarse with excitement, I can provide herbs, but I need you to help me concoct them. I only need 1/3 of the finished product. Dory's eyes lit up, you can find herbs. Lily sighed and said, yes, I work as a maid in a noble's house. They do medicinal herb business, and I can usually come into contact with apothecaries. Dory looked puzzled, then said with a mix of certainty and doubt, you're in the like family. Lily sighed, nodded, and said, the like family controls some apothecaries and drug peddlers. They have always had transactions with the ability association. I secretly memorized the formula for mental strength potions, but later found that I had no talent for potion making, so I could only give up. Originally, I wanted to exchange the mental strength potion formula for a disguise cream with you, but I just wanted to trick you a little, I didn't expect you already had it. Dory's mouth twitched, understanding the girl's intelligence. He was still too young and naive. Thinking of this, he said calmly, I also obtained the inheritance of a fallen wizard. Regarding potions, I only know the mental strength potion. The mental strength potion is not difficult to make. I don't know if I have the talent for it. If you can get other herbs and formulas, I can give it a try. Lily's eyes immediately lit up, and she said, okay, I can try. If you have the talent for potion making, I will provide the herbs, and you help me concoct more advanced mental strength potions. If I have the potion, I can probably advance to an advanced wizard apprentice in half a year. Dory was immediately taken aback and sized Lily up. A mid-level wizard apprentice's mental strength is very low, and it can't even extend to the surface of the body. If they advance to the high level, they can break through this limitation, use casting materials, and release zero-level wizardry, magical tricks. Even if it's just a magical trick, it represents the ability to form preliminary combat power, no longer so weak. For any profession, a wizard who can use magic is the most terrifying. For nobles, being able to use magical tricks represents powerful combat power, an existence that cannot be provoked. And for the ability association, an advanced wizard apprentice represents someone who needs to be monitored at all times, and can be eliminated at any time if they do evil. Wizards are synonymous with large-scale killings, and any uncontrolled wizard needs to be restricted. In the Northern Kingdom, the situation of wild wizards is so miserable. However, misery doesn't mean anything. Advanced wizard apprentices are still synonymous with power. Dory knew his situation. He had been using mental strength potions, and his mental strength was growing very fast, but it was not rapid. One reason was that he was still young and lacked experience, and the other was that his potential had not been fully realized. After all, he was only 13 years old this year. If he were Lily's age, he would have been an advanced wizard apprentice, or even a level 1 wizard. But he was still a little envious. After all, the other party would soon be able to cast spells. A wizard who can cast spells is a real wizard. He thought for a moment and said, okay, but you need to be careful and not expose yourself. The ability association controls wild wizards very strictly. Lily nodded solemnly, expressing her agreement. The two then left the dark slums. Returning to his room, Dory glanced at Bale and breathed a sigh of relief. Only in this place did he feel safe. Tonight, he didn't practice basic boxing or anything. Instead, he went straight back to his room to concoct potions, as it was almost time for the transaction with old me. In addition to ensuring the most basic transaction, what he needs to think about now is how to kill Carmen and Dis. Both of these people are from the police station, both are warrior professions, and are very vigilant. It is not easy to kill these two people, but Dory is not in a hurry. 3 days later, he came to the pharmacy covered in dust, with a bulging bag on his back, looking very much like a herb farmer. Old me personally received him, and soon, they met in the back. Entering the room, Old me and Dory traded the goods. The backpack was empty, there was nothing in it, only a little medicinal herbs outside to cover it up. Again, there were a total of 10 bottles of mental strength potion. Old Me's face showed joy, but he remained calm. Dory's output was not small, and he could earn several gold coins every month, which was unimaginable before. However, what was unexpected this time was that Dory did not need strength potions or agility potions. He saw that the other party's body seemed to have been trained very well. Why didn't he continue training? However, he didn't ask. The transaction was completed. Dory took the mental strength medicinal materials, as well as other medicinal materials, and several glass utensils. After putting them into his backpack, he did not leave but stopped and asked, "In the future, does the pharmacy have any contact with the police station?" Old Me didn't know why Dory would ask this. He thought for a moment and said, "Our pharmacy is under the Like family, and the police station is under the jurisdiction of the Own family, so there is no relationship between them." Dory immediately raised his eyebrows and said, "Are there many wizards in the Like family?" He subconsciously thought that those mental strength potions were supplied to the Like family. Old Me coughed and said some information that ordinary people didn't know. The Ability Association recruits apprentices in Doman City, only accepting the descendants of merchants and nobles. The three major families and those wealthy people each have talents entering it, and our Like family naturally has them too. These potions were not actually supplied to his own family, but sold to those scattered wizards of the nobles, otherwise, how could he make money? Hearing this, Dory understood a lot. He laughed and said, "I'll come to you next month." Old Me stretched out his hand and said, "Please." Leaving the future pharmacy, Dory wandered around outside, quietly changed his clothes on the road, and then returned home. Next, it was time to attack Carmen. Carmen is a detective, and detectives have responsible areas. They follow the security guards every day, patrolling outside, and need to go to the door to deal with homicides and disputes. The area in charge is a small part of the East District. There are not many things to do, so they usually don't wander around outside, but drink in a fixed place. Sometimes, drinking can also get things done. The bar has always been a place where light and darkness coexist, and it is also the most complex place in terms of personnel, and it is relatively chaotic. Whoever can occupy the bar can obtain more information, whether it is official forces or the underworld, it is the same, except for the Assassin Guild. Dory quickly learned that Carmen liked to go to a bar called Firefly, which was also under the jurisdiction of an underground force called the Butcher Organization. Carmen and this underground force jointly manage that area of the East District. Chapter 57. P.S. Meeting, the next chapter will be delayed. In this area, the daytime belongs to the authorities, and the night belongs to the Butcher. This has become the rule. What is the underworld? Collecting protection fees, bullying the weak, trafficking in people, committing all kinds of evil, but as long as they are not discovered, these things will never be known, and they are legal. Dory sat in the corner, listlessly drinking the unpalatable wine, observing his surroundings, ears perked, listening for news. The bar is indeed a good place to gather information. His keen hearing easily allows him to hear many things, such as what that noble did today, or who beat or killed whom and where they dumped the body, or who went out today and what they did. Although it is very noisy here, Dory can still perceive things if he wants to listen carefully, relying on his powerful perception. After drinking for a while, he saw Carmen walk in from outside. He was very cautious when he came in, greeted the surrounding thugs a few times, and then found a random seat to sit down. Not long after Carmen sat down, a dark-skinned man sat opposite him, and the two whispered to each other. Dory has been here for a few days, and he knows that this man is an important figure of the Butcher. The two are here to exchange information. Carmen gives the Butcher some information, and the Butcher gives Carmen some information, increasing Carmen's crime-solving rate, and Carmen also gives the Butcher protection. The collusion between officials and bandits is how it comes about. Seeing this, Dory had a plan. He originally wanted to directly poison the place, but Carmen doesn't take drugs, so he had no way. Getting close would easily be sensed by the keen detective, so he gave up this plan early on. The two talked for a while, and the dark-skinned man left the table, leaving only Carmen. Dory sat for a while longer before leaving first. Coming to the door, he did not leave too far, but stood in the distance, waiting for Carmen to come out. He noted the time and then tracked him from a distance. After a few days, he had figured out Carmen's movements and information. He knew Carmen's address, which was still in the East District. Although Carmen is a detective, he was born as a commoner. He has a wife, a slave, and 2 5- or 6-year-old sons. Seeing this, his heart sank. However, he quickly flashed a stern look in his eyes. He was going to die first. He didn't care about the life or death of his son and wife. Even if they starved to death in the future, it would be his own fault. He planned to repeat his old trick and quietly poison Carmen. First, understand his hobbies, and then take special care, trying to avoid other people. He poisoned Aldo's family because that family didn't have anything good. In this world, the lives of ordinary people are the cheapest. What's valuable is the lives of nobles. Killing a Bundy is worth 20 gold coins, but killing an ordinary person is probably more than 10 silver coins. Killing a detective may be a bit more risky, but it's not impossible. Quietly returning home at night, Dory calmed down and began to refine the mental power potion. The mental power potion is no longer difficult for him. As his mental power continues to improve, his perception of materials becomes more and more refined, and the failure rate is basically very, very low. He refines it several times a month, and the success rate has almost increased to 60%. This is just a level 1 mental power potion, only useful for beginner and intermediate apprentices. Level 2 mental power potion refining is not so easy, it requires the mental power of an advanced apprentice. Dory drinks about 1 bottle every 5 days, and his mental power grows very quickly. In a month, he can accumulate almost 30 bottles of mental power potion. This is after deducting the ones for Old and Lily. The rest is just enough for his own use. He can't reveal his production. It would be great if there were other channels to sell these things. The Assassin's Guild is a good channel, but he can't easily expose himself. They are all cold-blooded killers who eat people without spitting out bones. If he reveals this information, he will probably be kidnapped in minutes and become a medicine refining tool. Thinking of this result, Dory was a little scared. From intermediate wizard to advanced wizard, it takes a long process. From 27 coins, it takes almost 80 coins, or perhaps he can touch the threshold of advanced wizard. A few months have passed, and he has now accumulated 40 coins, which is considered very fast. With the help of a large number of mental power potions, Dory's cultivation is actually not slow. Nail Yu Yi's book records that Nail Yu Yi, this legendary figure, spent a month going from beginner to intermediate, but it also took almost half a year to go from intermediate to advanced. It seems reasonable that he takes a little longer. Khadija came to Mondo's blacksmith shop and saw Dory sitting there reading a book, the book blocking his entire face. This guy is very leisurely now. He has come here many times, and the surrounding blacksmiths and apprentices all know that the big man Khadija is familiar with Dory, and no one asks too much. Little guy, very leisurely, he looked at Dory, who was now more than a head taller than he was half a year ago, with muscles bulging on his body, and his skin was dark and shiny from being baked by the fire, a standard blacksmith. Dory put down the book, smiled honestly, and said, "Lord Khadija, what's the matter today?" Khadija teased, "I won't look for you if there's nothing to do. Come, fix it." He took out his sword, still the same one as last time. Dory is no longer the rookie he used to be. He has a clear understanding of the warrior profession. Khadija, as a level 1 warrior, is extremely strong and possesses battle aura. In theory, he shouldn't be using this ordinary iron sword without special effects anymore. But he didn't ask, just looked at it, and then beckoned to Anderson next to him to fetch some iron ore and fine copper. Khadija leaned on the front of the forging furnace and smiled, "Are you wondering why I'm using an ordinary iron sword?" "I didn't ask." Dory naturally didn't admit it. Khadija smiled and said, "Sword duels mostly focus on combat skills, without using special powers, pure skill combat. If it's a serious battle, I have other weapons to use." Dory hasn't seen anyone else duel with swords, so he naturally doesn't know about this. He is very unfamiliar with both the warrior and wizard professions. He nodded, and said with a little joking tone, "Your combat frequency is very frequent. You come to repair it every few days. Over the course of a year, you've invested a lot of money in Armando's blacksmith shop." Khadija revealed a mysterious look, "Then do you know how much money I make from one sword duel?" Dory thought for a while, with the nature of the nobles, could it be a lot of money per duel? He guessed, 10 gold coins. Khadija spat blood, "I risked my life to earn 10 gold coins." Hearing this, Dory immediately understood that sword duels are life-threatening, especially for a top sword duelist like Khadija in Duiman City, so he said, "It seems that the minimum is no less than 50 gold coins. This is also the normal annual salary plus pension for a level 1 warrior in Duiman City." Khadija was a little surprised, this little guy's thinking is very sharp. He nodded, coughed, and said with shining eyes, "Do you want to learn sword dueling with me?" Hearing this, the surrounding blacksmiths were shocked. Dory was also a little surprised. "I'm happily forging iron here, earning a minimum income of 30 silver coins a month, plus commission. Why should I learn swords with you?" He shook his head like a rattle, "I don't like fighting with people, so forget it." Khadija almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. "You don't like fighting, but you've killed several people already, okay?" Chapter 58. This kid's heart is a bit black, but it's true, if no one provokes him, he could stay here for a lifetime. He thought for a moment and said, "You're almost at the intermediate warrior level now. The breathing techniques needed for advanced warriors, even those of slightly better quality, cost 50 gold coins or more. Don't you have any ambition?" Dory looked at Khadija, wondering if he had any sense of reality. "I'll save up slowly. With my current ability, saving for a year or so should be enough." At this moment, Anderson walked out from the back, handed him the materials, and then prepared to start the fire. Dory took the materials, flipped through them, checked their quality, and then gave Anderson some instructions, after which Anderson began preparing. Starting the fire, the crucible, water, etc., all these things were left to the apprentice to worry about. As for the blacksmith, he only needed to worry about how to make things well. Khadija stopped talking when he saw Dory moving. After watching for a while, he secretly nodded in approval. He had to admit, when this kid was forging iron, he had the demeanor of a craftsman. His eyes were serious, his expression solemn, his movements were swift, and his strength was steady. He was born to be a blacksmith. Although Dory had been forging iron for less than half a year, relying on his extremely high mental strength and his control over the tools and the rough shape of the object, his ability surpassed that of an ordinary second-level blacksmith. After all, strictly speaking, they could only be considered at the level of ordinary intermediate warriors, while Dory had the dual level of intermediate wizard and intermediate warrior, so naturally there was no comparison, especially since wizards had an extremely high mental boost, and their perception of the rough shape of the object was very accurate, so there was no need to worry about the materials at hand. With the boost from both, he had such a fast speed that even Uncle Hong and Harley praised him to no end. The mental strength boost helped with accurate judgment, and although blacksmithing seemed rough, it actually had extremely high requirements for precision. The materials, the rough shape of the object, the forging process, and the amount of force used were all very strict, so this was the key to Dory's rapid improvement. Dory was forging iron there, meticulously, and Khadija nodded continuously. This child, if he were to study swordsmanship, would definitely become a great talent in swordsmanship in the future. It's a pity, just like he said, he doesn't like fighting. Soon, after a while, the sword was repaired. Dory had Anderson polish it and then hand it to Khadija. During the transaction, Khadija gave him a wink. Dory didn't know why, and then felt something extra in his hand. He accepted the thing without a word, thought of something, and said, "Sword fighting emphasizes the toughness of the blade and the smoothness of the tip, focusing on skill rather than killing. If Master Khadija is willing, you can use refined iron and fine steel to forge it. Ordinary iron is a bit too weak." Khadija naturally understood this principle. He shrugged and said, "This thing is a consumable in my hands, there's nothing particular about it. Thank you." After speaking, he gave him a wink and then turned to leave. He needed to go to the front desk to pay. Dory nodded, then called out to Anderson and continued to lie on the chair reading. The name of the book was The True Blacksmith. Using the excuse of reading, he took out the thing Khadija had given him and placed it in front of the book. It was a piece of paper, densely covered with small writing. Just looking at it for the first time, his eyes lit up. It was information about Carmen. In addition to what he had learned in the past few days, there was a lot of other information about Carmen on it. For example, this guy went out every 5 days to visit a mistress, who was a concubine of a minor noble. Another example was that he often went to a certain place with his colleagues and dished to eat. The information on the paper was very important. In this world, human life is cheap, but as long as you stand in a different position, life is still very important. But standing at a certain height, being willing to disregard other people's lives for a little bit of money is enough to make Dory hate it. Whether it was Carmen or Dis, they were both in Dory's grasp. His eyes narrowed slightly, filled with killing intent. Anderson was also sitting next to him, inexplicably feeling a little cold. It was summer, and there was a forging furnace next to him. In the afternoon, he slowly walked out of the blacksmith shop. Before he even took a few steps, he saw a familiar place, a small mark. He thought for a moment and walked towards the city. Soon, he changed his clothes and walked into the slums. Soon, he met Lily. Lily was a little taller than Dory, wearing a servant's outfit, with a scarf wrapped around her head. In her arms, she held a not-so-small bundle. Seeing Dory come in, she handed the bundle to Dory and whispered, "I need 5 bottles or more." Dory took the bundle, looked at Lily, and was a little surprised. This woman had some ability, after all, only a few days had passed. Lily didn't have much time usually. She had a lot of work to do and could only come out at fixed times, so time was precious. Dory didn't say anything, just said, 5 days later, you give me a message, I need to go back to get them and then come back to trade. It might make you wait a while. Lily nodded, indicating her agreement. The two of them spoke very little. After trading things, they left separately. Wizard apprentices at the intermediate level are the same as ordinary people, and they can't feel any difference. If Dory didn't know potion making, he would be exactly the same as an ordinary person, so his most urgent desire now was to enter the advanced apprentice level. The most new small say at 6-9 book bar first hair. Advanced apprentices are useful. Rune magic, potion making, material science, these things can all be studied, and these are all subjects in alchemy. To become a wizard, alchemy is unavoidable, and the learning of various magics also requires alchemy assistance, all of which Dory is very clear about. After eating something outside and bringing some back for Bale, Dory locked himself in the laboratory and began to refine mental strength potions. First-level mental strength potions were no longer difficult for Dory. He could even refine them in one go, and he could refine many bottles in one night. The herbs Lily gave him were of very good quality and aged well, and the mental strength potions refined were very effective. But unfortunately, Dory had already drunk enough, and the primary mental strength potions no longer had any effect. He could only cultivate on his own, slowly, or refine second-level mental strength potions. Second-level mental strength potions were different from first-level mental strength potions. Second-level mental strength potions would add a small amount of magic crystals, and magic crystals would have energy fluctuations. As long as Dory refined mental strength potions, he would inevitably cause energy fluctuations, which would be detected by the ability association. Therefore, without a means to cover up the energy fluctuations, he did not dare to refine them, and other potions were similar. This was the current predicament. But Dory was not in a hurry. After finishing these, he began to prepare another ordinary potion, a hallucinogenic potion, with added ingredients. Hallucinogenic potions had 2 ways of use. The first was to take it yourself, and the second was to use it as a sleeping pill, which could be used to hypnotize others. In the information Dory had obtained, Carmen was often alone when he came out of his mistress's place, which gave Dory many opportunities. He still didn't plan to fight head-on. One was that he had never fought with others and lacked experience, and the second was that he didn't want to be known and leave his traces. At least on the surface, he still wanted to live honestly. This matter had to be carried out secretly. Chapter 59. Hallucinogenic potions were used by wizards, or at least by intermediate-level apprentices and above, to induce hallucinations in their mental energy. The effects were very strong, especially for warrior professions with lower mental energy. Dor only needed a little to knock Carmen out. Originally, Dor had many opportunities, but it wasn't easy to make a move on ordinary roads. Using a crossbow would have been a good solution, but if he missed the first time, there probably wouldn't be a second. So, this matter had to be approached gradually. After spending 3 days scouting the route and considering the escape route, Dor prepared to take action. Cardia slowly walked down the street, taking a different route than usual. He first strolled around the entrance of the police station. Arriving at the entrance, he happened to see Carmen leaving work, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Having given Dor so much information, that guy should be moving soon, right? He calculated that today was the day Carmen had a date with his mistress. Given Dor's cautious habits, this was the only time he would act. What method would that guy use? Cardia was even a little expectant. He strolled around the street, and many people greeted him along the way. Cardia responded to each one, he was also a celebrity, after all. Soon, it got dark. Cardia walked around on the street several times before finally entering a small alley. Changing into a set of black clothes, Cardia lightly jumped and landed on the wall beside the alley. Taking advantage of the night, he floated lightly along the rooftops into the distance. He had a very clear purpose, bypassing relatively dangerous places, and soon arrived at the place where Carmen had his date, quietly waiting. At this moment, Dor encountered a little trouble. After watching Carmen enter the alley, he prepared to sneak into the alley, but he didn't expect an accident. While scouting at the entrance of the alley, he unexpectedly ran into Lily, who was returning. He was using the face of a do at this time, so it wasn't easy to leave. The two faced each other, looking at each other in dismay. "What are you doing here?" Lily asked, somewhat strangely. Dor was also a little puzzled and retorted, "What are you doing here?" Lily looked at Dor, not knowing what he was thinking. "I live near here." Dor's expression became clear, and he raised an eyebrow, looked around, and said expressionlessly, "Do you have something to do? If not, we'll talk later. I'm in a hurry now." Lily's heart stirred. The last time she saw this guy with this expression was when he was about to kill someone. "Is he?" She gently approached Dor, leaned close to him, and whispered, "Do you have a mission here? Why didn't you call me if you had a mission?" The two were very close, and Dor could even smell the scent on Lily, which was very fragrant. He took a step back, shook his head, and said, "This is my personal matter and has nothing to do with the mission. We'll talk later." After speaking, he walked away from Lily and disappeared into the darkness. Lily's heart tightened. She didn't know who Dor was going to kill, but she didn't think much about it. After taking a few steps, she quickly entered a house. At the corner, Dor secretly watched this side. Seeing Lily enter a house, Dor breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect that she and Carmen were in the same alley. Life was truly wonderful. Having scouted this alley for several days, he quickly arrived at the predetermined location, placed a bottle of potion on the protruding eaves of the roadside, laid the bottle flat, connected a string to the mouth of the bottle, carefully spread the rope down to the side. After finishing all this, he pulled open the stopper. As long as he gently pulled the rope, the mouth of the bottle would face down, and the spiked hallucinogenic potion would flow out, spreading into the surrounding air. This potion had a strong hallucinogenic effect even for intermediate wizard apprentices, and the hallucinogenic effect was even stronger for ordinary warriors. Moreover, he had added extra ingredients. After setting everything up, he pulled the rope and entered the darkness on the side of the road. The alley was quiet, without a single person. As night fell, this area became even more eerily silent. Cardia stood on the roof of the house, quietly watching a good show. Carmen, that guy, found a pretty good-looking mistress. She was a concubine of an official, with a slender waist, long legs, and ample breasts, but her face was a little lacking. The two of them wriggled around on the bed like two meatworms. He didn't overly admire other people's carnal battles. After watching a few glances, he turned his gaze elsewhere. He was still thinking at this time, if he were Dor, how would he kill this guy? The best way was to sneak in and poison both the mistress and Carmen together. This wasn't the first time Dor had done something like this, but Dor didn't come, so he definitely didn't want to accidentally injure the innocent. Where would he make his move? Could it be outside the alley? He looked outside, and with a flash of his figure, he quietly leaped from the roof and headed towards the alley. Soon, after scanning the alley, Cardia frowned a little. It was too dark, and he couldn't see anything at all. Even with chi and blood sensing, he couldn't detect anything. As he moved, he quickly discovered a strange chi and blood fluctuation at the entrance of the alley, hidden on the side of the road. "Found you." At this time, Cardia also felt strange, because Dor's chi and blood were very low, not like his at all. After all, the chi and blood of an intermediate warrior apprentice were almost so low that he couldn't sense it. This was an unimaginable thing. This guy definitely has someone behind him. This kind of concealment method, even he himself doesn't have it. He didn't think much about it, hid on the roof and waited, preparing to watch the show properly. The night was quiet. Apart from the sound of dogs barking from who knows how far away, there wasn't a second sound. About an hour later, when the surrounding world was completely silent, Carmen's figure walked out of the alley, walking quietly on the road alone. His steps were a little unsteady, but he walked very quickly. In the dark night, he could vaguely be seen in a police uniform, swaggering on the road, very conspicuous. He quickly walked to the entrance of the alley. Just then, his figure suddenly swayed, and then he plunged to the ground, falling directly to the ground and not getting up. On the roof, Cardia was stunned. What method did Dor use? At this time, he saw an almost invisible black shadow dart out from the side. He quickly came to Carmen's side, took out a short sword from his waist, and stabbed Carmen twice in a row, once in the neck and once in the lower body, even stirring it around below. Then, he saw this guy put away something on the side of the road, and quickly disappeared into the night. Cardia was a little shocked. Carmen was stabbed twice, and in vital areas, lying on the ground without even reacting. What kind of drug was this? So powerful? He didn't rush over. Who knew what methods Dor was using over there? If he also fell, then he probably wouldn't be able to clear his name. He just thought about it, and then quickly disappeared on the roof. Dor walked quietly on the road, but soon discovered that someone was following behind him, and the person following him wasn't hiding. He stopped, looked back, and saw that it was Lily. He frowned, then relaxed, walked to the side of the road, found a dark place, and waved to Lily. Lily walked over carefully from a distance. So the person you wanted to kill was him, Detective Carmen. Although he doesn't have any power, he's still a member of the police station. You'll have to be careful next. Lily's house was nearby, so she saw the general process. Dor looked at Lily, expressionless, not knowing what to say. She now knew his secret. However, as a fellow wizard apprentice, Dor wasn't afraid that the other party would report him. Besides, she didn't know his specific identity, and she hadn't even seen his real face. Lily also wore makeup, but this attire was usually used, representing that she couldn't easily discard this identity, which was an advantage for him. He slowly exhaled, his expression relaxed, looked around, and said softly, "I have a feud with this person. Besides this person, there's also another person named Dissertation." Lily's eyes widened instantly, and she exclaimed softly, "Dis is the police chief in charge of this area. Although he doesn't have much power, people in both the underworld and the white world know him. If you want to kill him, it's estimated that it won't be easy, and now that Carmen is dead, Dis will probably be very vigilant." Dor looked at her and said, "So, will you help me?" Lily suddenly regretted following Dor. She swallowed and said, "I can help you, but only after I become a senior apprentice." Dor just wanted to test her and didn't intend to let her take action with him. After hearing the definite answer, his expression became even more relaxed. "Okay, we'll talk about this matter later. Now, you hurry back and don't let anyone suspect anything." Chapter 60. About half an hour later, the patrol found Carmen's body. Half an hour later, Dees hurried to the scene. Looking at Carmen, who was lying on the ground with two large pools of blood underneath him, his face was extremely gloomy. He naturally knew what kind of place this was, and he naturally knew who Carmen had come to see. Looking at the wound, Dees couldn't help but let his imagination run wild, focusing on the woman's husband. A fallen nobleman. Things have been going badly lately, with people dying one after another. Now, death has befallen one of his own. He thought of many things, love affairs, vendettas, jealousy, even theft. Suddenly, he thought of someone and became alert. Recently, these people have died, Odo and his son, Feller, Carmen, Bondi, XX. Odo died, Feller died, and now Carmen is also dead. Everyone related to that little bastard has died. This is suspicious. He turned around and asked, "Have you found anything around here?" An agent said, "Chief, we haven't found anything. It's a pity about Carmen. Alas. Who was the first to discover this place? Call them over to ask. Also, call the coroner to take the body away. I need accurate information." He saw that Carmen's death was very clean and efficient, without even a struggle. This was abnormal, but since nothing was found at the scene, he could only rely on the coroner's examination. He still suspected that Carmen's death was related to the deaths of Odo and his son, and Feller. There were drug residues on those too. He wanted to know if Carmen also had this situation. If so, then someone probably really came back for revenge. This is troublesome. Damn Odo. Dees regretted taking the money a bit. If it really was him, he would need to find some friends from the Ability Association to take a look. When Dorrit quietly sneaked back to the house, it was already midnight. There were too many patrols on the road, and it took him a lot of effort to circle back. He washed his face in the yard. At this moment, Bar jumped in from outside. Bar's low voice sounded, "That Cardia discovered you." Dorit was startled and looked puzzled. Bar swayed towards the door of the room. As he walked, he casually said, "But he didn't follow you. He just wanted to see if you would do it, and how you would do it." Dorit was a little shocked. He knew that this guy's information wouldn't be well-intentioned. He wanted to see how he killed people? Was he trying to use him? In fact, so far, he couldn't see what Cardia wanted him to do. He introduced him to the Assassin's Guild and secretly gave him information. Dorit definitely didn't believe he was just bored. This person definitely had some ulterior motive. Thinking of this, he thought of the things he had exposed in his last few actions. Poison, hallucinogenic potions. Could it be that he wanted a poison? He used it every time. Was he suspecting something? Dorit closed his eyes and thought for a long time. He defaulted to his identity as a wizard apprentice being discovered. Killing Carmen actually made him feel a lot lighter. He felt that his whole person had become more cheerful. He felt that he could visualize one more copper coin tonight. Although this was just a feeling, he knew that wizards' feelings were very intuitive. He would definitely be able to visualize one more copper coin during his cultivation tonight. If there was one more copper coin, then he would have 43 copper coins. As he reached the late stage of the intermediate wizard apprentice, the improvement of his mental power became slower and slower. He couldn't bear it anymore and wanted to take hallucinogenic potions. Ability Association. Mossad sat behind his desk, holding a manual in his hand, looking at his subordinates' reports, and nodded. Although the road hasn't been built to the foot of the Magic Crystal Mine Mountain, it has already crossed the most difficult mountain. With the help of the Ability Association's mages, the construction will be slightly faster. There was a bit too much rain during the summer, which caused the progress to be a bit slow. Every time it rained, it would take several days to wait for the water to recede, so this matter couldn't be rushed. As a level 1 wizard, he only needed to sit here. Just at this moment, he frowned. With a wave of his hand, a slip of paper suddenly appeared in his hand. People from Chris County have arrived. The slip of paper in his hand was a list. The leader on the list was Hori, his classmate from the Ability Association back when he was studying. The corners of his mouth slightly curved into a smile, and he put down the slip of paper. With the discovery of a magic crystal mine, a level 1 wizard definitely couldn't hold it. Maybe magical beasts would come out of the mountains to harass them, so 2 level 1 wizards would come. If there were even higher level magical beasts, then they could only send level 2 wizards to guard it. The magic crystal mine must be grasped in their hands. However, they had already checked the surrounding mountains and found no level 1 magical beasts, let alone level 2 magical beasts. The energy density here was still a bit low, not suitable for the survival of higher level energy beings. Wizards, plus the knights and warriors of Doman City, were enough to control the hundreds of miles of mountains around them. Moreover, he had already placed some detection alchemy equipment around the mountains. As long as there was any disturbance, he would know. This was the biggest advantage of the wizard profession, which other professions did not have. Coming from Chris County by carriage would take at least 2 days. He needed to wait patiently. At the entrance of the Ability Association, Dees waited slowly, respectfully looking at the apprentice guarding the door, with a respectful smile on his face. Soon, a figure walked out from inside. He was a tall, thin man, wearing gorgeous clothes, just like the apprentice guarding the door, but the patterns on them were more complex, making them appear more solemn. As soon as this person saw Dees, he said impatiently, "Dees, my time is precious. Tell me, what's the matter?" Dees was a little helpless. He smiled apologetically, but his tone was a bit serious. "Master Beach, naturally I encountered a thorny matter before coming to you. Otherwise, why don't we find a place, sit down, and talk slowly?" Beach became a little curious. What thorny matter? Did you encounter supernatural power? Dees worked in the police station, which he knew. Because he was in charge of foreign affairs, he occasionally dealt with the police station and would use their people. Dees gave a wry smile and said, "Yes, sir. Recently, there have been many homicides, all headless cases. There are many suspicious points that our police station cannot investigate. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to come to you." He was much older than Beach, but at this time, he seemed like a junior, without status or dignity. Beach pondered for a moment, glanced at Dees, and said, "You better be telling the truth, otherwise, humph." Hearing this, Dees quickly said, "I, Dees, would definitely not dare to deceive you, sir." Beach returned to the Ability Association and called out 2 more apprentices from inside. The 3 of them, together with Dees, left the Ability Association, entered a mountain path, and soon entered the city. The Ability Association was still a bit far from the city, which was why he was unwilling to come out, as it took too much time. As a senior apprentice, he had many things to do, including the business that the Ability Association was responsible for, and his own experiments. He was so busy that he simply didn't have much time in a day. However, since it involved the police station, and matters that the police station couldn't handle, it was naturally related to the supernatural, to wizards, so he had to act cautiously. The Ability Association had related collaborative responsibilities in this regard. And Senior Wizard Apprentice Beach was specifically responsible for this aspect of the business. Among the several senior apprentices, only 2 were of commoner origin. The others were descendants of nobles. They were the ones who usually did the most work and suffered the most, just to earn some money, do experiments, and buy materials.